Good morning. I hope you all had a good time at the party. Well, I know a lot of you had a good time at the party last night, so it's great to see so many of you here this morning. Let's get on with the day. I know our next speaker was actually partying hard till 2 o'clock, but he's here and fresh and ready to go. So our first speaker of the day is Studio Animation Director at Guerrilla, where his credits include the Killzone series, as well as the critically acclaimed action RPG Horizon Zero Dawn, and its sequel Horizon Forbidden West. In 2021, he became Studio Animation Director, managing and directing all animation teams and content at the studio. So we're very lucky that someone so busy could be with us here today. So here with an in-depth look at defining the core gameplay experience of Horizon Forbidden West through its animation systems, please welcome Richard Oud.
I'm not seeing anything on that. Let's wait for a bit, sorry. There you go. Okay, hey, good morning everybody. So yeah, it was a late evening, but that shouldn't ruin the fun basically. So thank you all for coming this early. I would also like to thank Konsoll for actually having me over. It's always an honor to be asked for these events, and I hope everybody's having a blast so far. Also thanks to Stuart for setting the expectations yesterday. It's no pressure whatsoever now, right? So before we start, I would like to take a minute to listen to somebody playing Horizon Zero Dawn and see if you can spot some frustration in his playthrough.
There's a bandit camp. Let's just climb up here. But anyways, what I'm trying to say, she can't like climb over things. She can't she needs handholds to grab things. And it's just like, and whenever you attack an enemy in this game with like R1 or R2, you don't even have to be facing it. You can just press R2 and it'll just slide you right to the nearest enemy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And when an enemy comes running at you, it does like this jumping, toppling. It's just, it repeats the same exact thing over and over and over and over and over again. And it's just like, they could have made enemies not respawn and I'd still have more than enough. I'd still get bored of the game. Within killing the first 10 enemies, I already was bored of the game because they all do the same animations. Like, there's no way this is a AAA game. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the same exact response. It's like a little bit harsh, right? It's like you don't have to go up that hard. I mean, but to be fair, like he's not really wrong on some points. I mean, we can clearly hear him saying that climbing was very limited, that melee didn't really work, and that some of the enemies were lacking some depth, right? And as well received as Horizon Zero Dawn was, and people did have fun playing the game, there were some flaws actually that we need to take care of. And I'm going to talk you through that process today to maybe hopefully make this guy a little bit better the next time he's playing our games. So thanks to Gabby, already introducing me. My name is Richard. I'm the studio animation director at Guerrilla, and I've been with the studio since 2007. So it's actually 15 years last month. I was part of the original team that actually started Horizon Zero Dawn and spent a good 7 to 8 years as a lead creature animator before, taking on the role of studio animation director halfway through our latest production. So today I'm going to cover a little bit of the animation process of Horizon Forbidden West. It came out on February 18th, and we knew there was a lot more that we actually wanted to do with the IP, and we started on Forbidden West right after we finished the DLC called The Frozen Wilds. So we took a little bit of a step back and identified what our main goals were going to be for this project, and we went through a lot of feedback from both players as well as the reviewers. But of course, we always kept in mind what we wanted to do with the project as well, right? Ooh. So the biggest focus for the animation team would go into the following areas for us. So we really wanted to open up the world with new and exciting traversal mechanics. The melee combat really needed to be on that same level as the machine combat, and it really needed to have a complete overhaul. Then combat against human enemies needed a lot more depth, and to make sure that the machine still felt fresh, we needed a lot more variety this time around, and a lot more diversity compared to the machines in Horizon Zero Dawn. Now, of course, there were a lot more mechanics that we had to support, but these goals were going to be our biggest time investment. So before we do dive in, I would like to do a little bit of a quick introduction on who Aloy is, both from a personality and a physicality point of view. And this might seem obvious if you played the games, but it's kind of important to clarify, like, and understand her character traits, since a lot of our decision making actually comes from this. And it's something I'm gonna keep referring back to during the talk. And it's also actually one of the reasons why some of the feedback we got was pretty accurate, because we dismissed some of her characters on those mechanics. And we basically have an animation guide internally that describe all of her features, her do's and don'ts, how to pose her, etc. So let's take a quick overview on that one. So Ayla has been an outcast for many, many years, and she will basically just disobey everybody that interferes with what she believes is right. And this is her world, and she grew up loving it, and she'll just literally do anything to protect it, right? She's very determined to survive these dangerous lands of the machines, which has made her very resourceful over time. And when the situation actually gets tough, she adapts really quickly, and she fully trusts her own instinct. And because of her natural curiosity, she spent a lot of time figuring out the physiology of her enemies. And with the lack of resources in her world, energy is a very valuable resource, which has made her highly efficient. She's very tough, and she's not really afraid to actually get her hands dirty or get hurt in the process. Now, from a physicality point of view, she's gotten to be super agile and nimble, which makes her posture look very upright and energetic. And a lot of her journeys and exploration have either been on foot or swimming or climbing, which has given her the muscularity of a gymnast with a lot of excellent endurance, right? And the world of Horizon is never really flat or easy to traverse, so she became pretty comfortable on difficult terrain. And since she's been hunting and fighting these machines since she was little, she's gotten to have a pretty high pain threshold because of it. So we have all these mood board videos attached to our animation guide, and those are basically there to always refer back to and to show the details that we're looking for. So you can see all the little micro adjustments for balance, or how human muscles shake and tense together on physical tense moments, or how the muscles contract and relax, and how they affect the posture and emotion overall on the person. And all of those things are those little extra layers that we look for in our animations. Now, her way of traversing is very much inspired by traditional rock climbing, which she's been doing since a very, very young age. She's not a superhero, and things don't always go perfect for her. She can basically underestimate an action, and she can slip or fail because of it. Now, from a physical point of view, her legs are her strongest asset, and even though she does have great endurance, she will get tired over time, and exploration can actually be physically tense and exhausting, which we always want to show through facial animation as well. Now, there should be a sense of comfort to her ground traversal, and the key aspect for us in making it feel comfortable is to actually maintain her flow and keep the momentum going at all times. And her agility makes it really easy for her to actually go from free running into combat very quickly and almost effortless at this point. Now, one thing that she actually doesn't do is backflips or acrobatics. Again, since she's very focused, everything is on efficiency, and there's no real reason to actually waste all those valuable calories by just showing off the entire time. And that really makes it that we have to take into account the loss of physics as well. And this video here was our prime example of that flow momentum, and the way he moves tells us so much about this dude. He's making very obvious choices during the obstacle, and you can tell he has a lot of experience doing this. But he also tackles it basically in the most efficient way, and that's the perfect moment in the clip right there, where he just skips 2 platforms, absorbs the energy, and just keeps on going because of it, right? Now, when it comes to combat, agility is Aloy's biggest advantage, yes. I like that reaction all the time. She's basically physically weaker than most of her enemies, right? So she must be very smart about it, and she really can't rely on brute force. So melee really needs to feel raw and painful, where every real hit has to be felt. And since Aloy is not a superhero, as we already established, we need to show some of those imperfections, which will make her very relatable. And just like the traversal, this was the key thing for our, as far as it goes as an example of what we wanted the combat to look and feel like. And you can see this woman is physically weaker than most of the men she's facing, but she's very smart and skilled, right? And her movement feels very aggressive and explosive, and that face plant is literally what makes that thing feel super raw, right? And the throw doesn't go perfect, which is fine because that's basically what makes it all the more real to us. So now that we have a better understanding of who Aloy is, her personality and her physicality, let's start with traversal mechanics. So for traversal, we were mostly looking at new ways that she could actually explore the open world, and the entire team basically went on this short period of everything goes, and a lot of quick and rough prototypes were created just to explore the possibilities of what we could do. And for me, that's always the most fun part in the project, where we basically throw spaghetti at the wall and see what kind of sticks. And It's super fun and exciting because it's really not about final content or quality, but it's really just to see if something clicks with mechanics and if we can find something fun in there. So if we consider the personality guide, it becomes a lot easier for us to actually make some choices on what works or what doesn't work, right? Things like the canoe or the snowboard, again, they look super cool, but they kind of feel out of character for Aloy. Like, her focus is all about efficiency and resourcefulness, and she's not going to spend the day just chopping up wood and just building a canoe if she has the strength and stamina to basically swim large bodies of water without like losing too much energy. So if you look at Zero Dawn, the promise was kind of made that you could explore this giant open world everywhere you wanted. And in some ways, we really didn't deliver on that promise. Like you heard, climbing was very restricted to handholds, mountains were really not accessible, and swimming was very limited to surface swimming only. So a lot of our gameplay, if you think about it, was on a horizontal level. But for Forbidden West, we really wanted to bring in the verticality and open up the world a lot more to the player. So we really needed to find some new abilities. So we were going to focus on like dealing with heights and a wave descending down, then getting up to higher grounds faster, then underwater exploration, and that was mostly because, like from a core concept, half of the Forbidden West was a flooded area, and then climbing up mountains without those handholds. And I want to focus on descending and inclines today, and that's mostly because they had the most impact on the combat experience as well, and they kind of need each other just to get the most bang for your buck. So for descending, right, if we think about like how we needed to descend in Zero Dawn, it wasn't really the most pleasant experience. Exactly, like it felt super clunky and it was really slow, and it's like there was a risk of falling to your death at every step. And now that we knew this, like that we wanted the player to actually reach more like heights, we really needed a way to descend quicker down and actually avoid those long climb downs for the player. And since everything was still on the table at this point, like our animation team usually just starts with some quick previous animations just to get the conversation going. And what better way than to start it with a cool wingsuit? So we thought like there were some elements here that could actually work, but we also knew that if we just presented like this, it would just instantly get shut down, right? So we basically just built a prototype and really quickly just like hacked it in game just to see how it looks and feels. And once we saw this, it sort of like goes back to the canoe and the snowboard. Like it looks cool, but it starts to drift away from Aloy a little bit too much. And also the overview was actually getting really lost with the speed in there. So feedback from the actual game director was like, this actually felt also too much like flying, which is something that we really wanted to reserve for the Sunwing when you actually get the mountain and you get to fly with the machine. So we needed to start shifting the focus to what he always kept referring to as controlled descent, which were his keywords. So we had to get these two quick prototypes with the balloon traps, where it was very much about verticality and not about horizontal movement anymore. And this was way more in line with what the director's vision was. And we sort of like stuck with these two versions. And one was sort of like with a set linear speed going down, and one where you could actually control the speed by pressing a button and slowing down in air. And like I said, both versions were feeling a lot better to everybody, and we were heading in the right direction as far as the functionality goes, at least. So we did some play sessions just to get feedback from the players and see like which one they liked the most. But at the same time, one of our designers was actually like fiddling around with the idea of linking mechanics together, and he was trying out like transitions to other annotations like the zip line, like you see here, but also so like to see how it would work in combat, right? Taking down machines from the sky using your ranged weapon, or just drop down and using your contextual takedowns. And once we saw this, like everybody was just going nuts, and they really was like, oh shit, we got to go for all of this, right? So it really showed the potential of not just using this in traversal, but also like see what the possibilities could be in these combat encounters. And we could end up with some really cool moments, and that's basically when we decided to fully embrace it and to really start searching to collect mechanics together. And that's also where the previous slow down, speed up version became too conflicting, because you just had to press too many buttons, and it really started to mess with the fluidity in the combat. So for animation, we really started to look into something with a lot of physicality and exaggerated motion in there, just to show like how much force is being pushed on our body, right? So think of skydivers. Literally, when they deploy their parachutes, there's so much force when the velocity brake kicks in, so that's really what we wanted. And when we started to put this in game, it all felt just a little bit too much. Specifically because we were going to like blend out in shorter bursts, and like almost like in the beginning of the animation, you could see that Aloy is almost horizontal, which would just like flip her all over the place. So if we wanted to use this in combat as well, we need to have something different. So we toned it down a little bit, and we really focused on keeping Aloy a lot more vertical, just to have those smoother blends in there. Now, of course, we still show the proper force, right, with the push sense of action and like the deployment, but only on the vertical axis this time around. And we also just decided to go with a couple of different starts depending on what height you're at. So since we have a little bit more time on higher altitudes, but a lot less time when you're closer to the ground, right? And that way we could just show different physicality situations in different spots. So one thing that we really make sure of is just to open up that deployment pose for her from the back view and have that silhouette for any clear case. So we basically always show that Aloy is the one actively opening up the shield from the side, right, and making her feel in control. And then for the visual look, of course, we dropped that stupid balloon and we went with the Shell Walker shield. It also gave a lot more direction all of a sudden to the feature because we could show the steering, but it also just felt a little bit more resourceful to her from actually crafting it from the machined parts. So now we have a tool that can actually help us get down faster, right, and potentially be used in combat. So how are we going to get up into the air quicker? Now the way, again, this would work in Zero Dawn was literally just like keep jumping or just be lucky in that there were handholds to climb on. And keeping it like this would just stall the mechanic way too much. And we really need to have something that could get us in the air quicker and faster and just make sure that it actually complements the fluidity that we were looking for in traversal and combat. And one of the things that we were prototyping as well, just to make a puzzle tool out of the rope caster weapon that we had. So we were testing if we could just use this weapon to open up spaces or just create new pathways for Aloy in the cauldrons, for example. But some designers were also looking to see if we could use the rope for climbing, but they were really looking at it as an addition to climbing, and they made it super slow. So you can think of a SWAT member walking up the side of a building. That was their vision. And we were like, okay, if we want to use this in combat and both traversal, then it needs to be a lot more faster and agile, right? But our game director was really afraid that if we were going to go for a grapple hook or something like that, that would become too superhero-like. And we thought differently, so we took a little bit more time this time around just to flesh it out in the previs and just to see if we could take some of his doubts away. Now the challenge here was to really make it distinct and grounded like an A-list personality. So we took the direction of making it look like things are not always going perfect for her, and it's not always going smooth, right? She struggles on some of these inclines, and gravity and velocity sometimes get the best of her, but of course she can recover and use her agility to her advantage. And this was also actually the first time that we started to play around with actually gaining more verticality by pushing the upwards momentum and getting some airtime in there. And that was actually the one thing that was really well received and basically ended up being the biggest advantage of the mechanic in combat situations. So our first implementation basically consisted of a regular setup of starts, loops, and stops. And we knew we needed to be flexible since we weren't really sure on any of the measurements yet at this point. And we figured that was just the easiest way to go. But you can see that we weren't really getting the fluidity in there that we were looking for. I mean, the mechanic itself works, but we could all see and feel where the transitions were, and that's something that we really didn't want this time around. So, of course, we could have tried to just keep on going and make it as smooth as possible, but at the end, we just figured it would just be easier if we just use single animations for this. So we used some metrics that would actually work the best with the majority of our combat scenarios, and we would either have 10, 5, or 0 meters on a horizontal plane, and 5 or 10 meters distance on a vertical axis. And with that, we would basically cover the entire grid with only 14 single animations, which was really doable. So for example, when we have a 5-meter distance, you can kind of see that Aloy is able to catch the velocity with towards the wall with her legs. But when we do the 10-meter distance, she will actually crash into the wall before recovering again afterwards. And then for the lesser height increases, we really focus a lot more on the fluidity and the agility, since those would be the ones that we would use in combat scenarios the most. Now, we also have a system in place that adjusts the framing and the orientation if the player doesn't touch the camera. So with magnets, we basically just align the camera to show the ideal readability to the target, and then we just frame the animation just to show the key pose exactly how we want it to look in terms of clarity and lines of action. It's not a lock thing, and the player can always just decide to grab the camera and override it, but at least it gave us some handholds in this case. Now, of course, you only knew if these mechanics actually work well together if you give it to Sunny Legend to make a GIF out of it. And it was just crazy, this dude just instantly got the mechanics without explaining any of this to him. And as you can see, the focus is very much on fluidity and the mechanics and the way Aloy moves. And We really wanted to have that high quality production value in there, but at the same time, it really adds to the joy of the player experience and it's like the feel of controlling Aloy in these scenarios, right? So now with that added verticality in game, there was a lot more chance for the player to actually end up getting really close to an enemy, especially in combat encounters, so we really needed to look into upgrading the melee system as well. And again, if you played Zero Dawn, you knew that melee wasn't really that great. It was written about in most major reviews, and it always came up with the fans in terms of like feedback. And basically the summary was like range combat is amazing, but melee just sucks, dude. Like, and it's so bad. So there wasn't really a lot of depth to it, and so like all focus during production on Zero Dawn really went into range and stealth combat, since that was more or less like our core loop of the combat. But now that we were heading towards this more abilities and linking mechanics together, it was really time for a complete overhaul on the melee system. And as usual, we always start out with a nice simple previs just to capture all of our ideas and so like just to communicate that to the game director. So as you can see, we use a lot more verticality by just adding multiple levels of heights in there. And then we really started to focus on the fluidity for the player character, right? So you can switch between fast range and close combat moves and vice versa. But at the same time, we also wanted NPCs to grab Aloy as well now, and then really show off that she's human and introduce that little bit of risk and reward in the game that we didn't have on Zero Dawn. To be fair, this was actually perceived pretty well, so we took some time to have a little bit more of a fleshed out previs. It's kind of like the same idea, but it just gives a little bit more info. So here we actually introduce an NPC leader that's handing out orders, and we could also possibly have an archer class that could actually move while shooting, just to introduce a lot more agility and challenge. Then NPCs use their coordination and environment to their advantage, and Aloy can like switch between parrying and lunging, switch like light attacks, takedowns, and range attacks to it. But we also like looked into jumping on and off enemies just to further emphasize the ability to switch between ranged and close combat, right? Let's wait for the explosion. Boom, nice. Now with that in mind, let's take a look at some of the progress that we actually went through. So first things that we needed to do was to tackle two things to improve the overall feel of the system. So an example that you actually see here in Zero Dawn that really broke the system was that the player ended up occupying the exact same space as the enemy because of the forward momentum that she actually has. And this caused them to end up in the same spot a lot of times. So we really needed to come up with a way where the player just keeps from moving inside the minimum bounds around the enemy, but without locking them to each other, because that's something that we didn't want. And next to that, we also had to fix the player resistance. As you can see here in this example in Zero Dawn, sometimes you had to compensate with a lot of fucking warping. And we really wanted to make sure that this time, so like there was a minimum amount of translation assistance and that the player always feels in control over their own positioning, right? And that is sort of like where the correlation in forward motion and hit reaction for the NPCs come into play. Now, the way we actually do this is that we keep the attack distance as much animation-driven as possible. So the enemy basically just translates the correct distance away from Aloy when hit, just to preserve the ideal combat distance again. And of course, that basically goes both ways, so it also works when Aloy gets hit. And here's a little bit of a slower breakdown. So basically, the stagger hit translation of the enemy is the exact same distance as the follow-up attack for Aloy. And working with those metrics, that really gave us the most predictive result, just to make sure that warping is kept to a minimum after like Aloy lays down her first blow. Now, as far as the combos themselves, they needed to be predictable and repeatable, so nothing super complex, because that's not what our game is about. So we kept it simple, and we basically just stuck with the same 2-button inputs only that we already had for Zero Dawn. And just to fit with the direction we took from combining the mechanics, and basically that meant that the new combos needed to have the same fluidity and response as well. And next to that, it also needed just to be a reflection of who Aloy is, right? So very skilled, with lots of physicality and the proper weight in there. So we started off with this light combo string, and then we basically wanted to build the entire system on where game design really wanted things to be a lot faster this time around. So in Zero Dawn, we deliberately slowed everything down just to really discourage the player from actually overusing melee. But now they needed to be a lot more responsive just to get the most out of the whole mechanic. And we really focused on mostly keeping the forward momentum going from any speed, like walk or run, and as well making basically the transitions from sliding or jumping. And after this first implementation, I really felt that we were going too fast. Like, we were losing a lot of the weight, but also sort of like the grounded feeling to Aloy. And especially the readability was just all over the place, and I thought it was a huge problem, and it really felt like I was only seeing quick anticipation and settle poses, and everything else in the middle just became muddy to me. So we really needed to start slow things down a little bit more. Now, that wasn't really well received by design. They were really afraid that we would actually lose some of the intensity and the responsiveness in there, and they were convinced that it was just a lack of polish, and clarity would basically magically come in once things were finalized. It was like, come on. So we already knew that that was not going to be the case, and we got into a bunch of pretty heated arguments going back and forth. But basically, just to get that breakthrough in there, we just decided to test it out only on the first string and just to see what the results were going to be. And that way, we would just have to avoid like redoing the entire system if it really wasn't so like that polish was the magical thing that they were hoping for. Right? So our lead animator actually polished the combo and got it to so like the shippable quality. But at the same time, we also made 2 versions, and we just slowed it down either 10% or 20%. And as you can see, so like the weight starts to increase and readability becomes a lot more clear the slower we go. And for me, my initial reaction was instantly, let's go with the 20% slower move because that's exactly where I wanted things to end up. But we really needed to test this out on NPC reactions as well and just see how the whole system would work. And here, it was literally the same conclusion for me. Like the weight and the impact and the overall readability of the move just starts to feel a lot nicer in the slowed down versions, right? So we basically just like put it in game, let the teams basically just play it for a bit and see like what the preferences were. But the conclusion was unfortunately that the 20% slowdown was just a little bit too slow. Like the combos just started to feel too sluggish in the button presses, and the overall challenge was just drifting away from hitting the combos just right. So we dialed it back a little bit more, and we just like took a 15% version and 12% version. Like that's how specific it actually went sometimes, but it's a fragile system. So 12% was exactly in the sweet spot where both design and we as animators were very happy with it. So that's what we basically shipped with. And don't get me wrong, like if I can go back, I would always just pick the 20% version just to show a lot more weight. But if it kills gameplay, then we're doing a bad job as well, right? So in addition to the light attacks, we also have 2 heavy attacks. And we have a little bit more time here, and that was basically where we could just show a little bit more skill for Aloy with the spear and the anticipation by doing a little bit of a spear toss and so like just start changing up the patterns, right? And for the charge attack, this time we actually see her flipping sideways, and it's not a full cartwheel, and since she only does it once, I felt it was a little bit like more acceptable, and we basically only use it just to really read the big anticipation and get that nice big delay in the spear so we could just maximize the power and impact. And these heavy attacks already cause a larger stagger for the NPCs and already introduce that ability just for the player to like switch up attack strategies and start like following up with a range attack. But because of the long anticipation here, the risk versus reward is still pretty high for the player. And that's where it's like the next mechanic actually would come into play. So now that we have some options for when we're in close range by either doing a light combo or a single heavy attack, and if we take into account the shield wing and the pullcaster that we introduce, we get the approach from above. Well, we're kind of missing the ability to quickly switch between melee and range with fluidity in the response in there. And that's basically where the jump-offs come into play to cover the larger horizontal distance, right? But how would we make this look and work? We already saw that we actually tried something in our previous animations where Aloy was standing on top of the NPC's chest. But that was more of a mechanic for planting a bomb on it or a device, and we kind of dismissed it since we always felt like it was a little bit too far-fetched for a grown woman to be standing on top of another person's chest for that long. But we actually had a similar takedown in Zero Dawn, and this was always one of those scenarios that could tilt either way for me. On one hand, it was actually acceptable, but on the other hand, I always felt it was a little bit too far from the loss of physics that we actually established. So it was going to be a very thin line here just to get it right. But looking at this one, we somehow accepted it and actually got away with it, right? So we tried some small tests again just to see how long the actual contact moment needed to last and what kind of distance we could go for before pushing it too far. And we figured out as long as the contact moment was short and the posing was very physical while maintaining that fluidity in there, it actually worked surprisingly well for us. So now we can actually get up in the air by just like doing a single tap and using your ranged weapon from above, like with the verticality again, but it won't get you that horizontal distance yet. But if you do a double tap, you basically get the long distance jump just to get into that ideal range pocket and just start switching up your strategies that way. And that added a lot more player freedom all of a sudden and a lot more choice in the melee system. Oh, I think it's stuck. No. On some of our combos, the hard part was actually figuring out how to deal with the spear and not make it look repetitive, which is something that's harder than you think. So this gave us a lot of opportunities to find some nice creative solutions. Since we wanted to make sure that the flow felt fluid while maintaining the momentum, we used a bunch of tricks by doing a lot of hand pass-overs with the spear. So here in the slowdown version, you can actually see that we're tossing the spear just to make sure she can actually strike and do another without doing another 360 spin, right? And so like just maintaining like the rhythm and not make it feel awkward in this case. Another example was actually that we needed to avoid seeing the spear going in the same motion the entire time. Because of like, we sometimes had to use some hold moments in there in the spear just to stop the pattern and actually get a better read on it. So basically here you can see that we keep the body momentum going with the speed and the fluidity in there, but we use another spear toss, but with a lot more hang time this time around for that readability and making sure that the follow-up anticipation feels really big and powerful because of that. And then of course we end with a nice like spear toss behind her back for the settle, just to show off her attitude and showing how fucking skilled she is with this weapon. But it also brings in a lot more clarity to the player, right? Because we're really presenting it towards camera and we're not shoving it in front of her body. Now, as for the camera system, we use like the similar thing that we use for the Polecaster. So basically, when Aloy and the NPCs are aligned exactly in front of each other, we automatically reorient the camera to framing to a little bit of a side view, just to give a lot more clarity in framing the action properly. And it's the same thing like as with all ours, like automatic reorientation. This will only take place if the player is not actively controlling the camera. But it did give us a nice way just to present the action exactly how we thought it looked best, at least. And now lastly, for the takedowns, we learned some lessons basically previously that we applied for Forbidden West from the start. And here you can see so like the takedown that we blocked in for Zero Dawn. And this one never felt right to anybody. And we sort of like realized what it was when we started to break it down ourselves. If you think about it, like Aloy is not really doing anything here. Basically everything happens by accident for her, right? The Scrapper is actually the one attacking and taking the initiative, while Aloy just happens to put up her spear exactly at the right moment, and basically the thing just falls to his death afterwards. So a rule that we actually established in Zero Dawn was that Aloy is always the one initiating an attack and being in charge of the action no matter what. So here's a similar one that you can see that we ended up with in Forbidden West. And as you can see, Aloy is fully in charge this time around, right? And we basically just showed off her skills and agility because of it. And one thing that I actually want to point out as well that was really important to us was that for enemies, they always needed to have some awareness for believability and just to show character. It's basically like any of you out there. Like if you hear something coming, you basically respond to it and you react to it, right? And it really feels out of place if they don't. So just a little bit of that moment of acknowledgement is enough to make them feel like a lot more believable characters because of it. Now, if we string all of that together and make use of the traversal and the verticality combined with the melee and ranged, you can really start seeing how much variety the player has available. So it really makes for some nice, exciting, and dynamic combat scenarios, as you can see here, captured again by the fucking amazing Sunny Legend. Just love working with that dude. Boom. It's insane. Anyway. So, with Aloy having a lot more combat abilities and depth, the human enemies needed to get this like the same treatment that we just to keep up with the same level of detail, right? And if we look back at Zero Dawn, it was kind of the same overall tone that we saw with melee. Like machines are awesome and thrilling to encounter, but NPCs are really uninteresting with like a lot of bad AI, and they're basically just there for headshot practice. So we had to summarize a little bit of what we wanted, like what our key issues were, right? So first of all, there was a really lack of depth, and they appeared very basic, especially if you compare them to the machine combat. There was also like a big lack of variety, since we only had one single archetype. There were also a lot of readability issues from both a visual point of view as well as hard to read anticipations and patterns in the attacks. And overall, they just behaved very unrealistic, and they were really not acting properly in groups with a lot of bad speech and a lot of bad AI. So overall, they felt more like exploits and actually a bit of a burden for most players to go through with a lot of repetitive gameplay. So we looked into a couple of categories just to add some of that depth to the NPCs that we needed in there. So we really wanted to have a lot more variety this time around, instead of just that one single class. Then the hit response system needed to have a complete overhaul. And the focus this time around would really lie on heavily adding a lot of personality and character into them. And just like I said, like the overall combat experience really needed to be on that same next level as a machine combat as well. So when looking back at Zero Dawn, the game had only one archetype of human NPC, right? And to make up for that lack of variety, the idea was to create a roster of characters, like classes this time around, each with their own unique features and challenges. And to make that look recognizable, we would stick with the same archetypes that we're all very familiar with in games, but then with a little bit of a horizon twist. And that would basically help define their roles versus other classes when it comes to the behavior or the visuals, for example. And they're all designed around this clear gameplay ID and function, and that basically which we could basically show through their actions and their postures and their locomotion. So we have the Grunt, which is basically the least experienced enemy and is capable of using both range and melee weapons, and these are more there of a supporting class to all the high classes. Then there's a Knight who is very swift and efficient and also has a shield for protection. Then there's the Marksman, who is very agile and very quick and is also super precise from a shooting range. Then there's the Heavy Melee, which is very slow, but it's all about the high melee damage output, while the Heavy Range is all about the high range damage output. And then finally, we actually have the Riders, which are literally just grunts, but unmounted machines. And this was mostly requested from a story point of view, since Aloy would actually encounter tribes this time around that are capable of overriding machines as well. Now, to make this roster work, we've had to put a lot of restrictions on the characters to make it work for animation. So the cost of animation sets were going to be super high if we have to make everything unique, both from a financial point of view as well as a performance and memory point of view for the game. And the reason we couldn't make everything unique is because we really wanted to have a lot of variety this time around, which would take an immense amount of time and effort on our case. And in Zero Dawn, we were spread very, very thin in the animations per stage, so things started to look very repetitive. And to make the NPCs feel as grounded as the player, we needed a lot more variety this time around, right? So we needed to be smart about our approach and rig choices, and we settled on going with 2 rig variations that could handle a wide variety of body types. So we either have a rig for generic body types, and this could basically handle everything from very malnourished to the more generic muscular bodies, and as well as Chris Pratt. And our second rig would basically support all the heavy body types, right? And this could handle everything from like super muscular to almost overweight. So sticking with only 2 rigs would just give us the opportunity to add a lot of variety, both in the amount of animation that we could support as well as the body types that it could handle. And even when all the armor would be stripped, we could still have the readability on both those classes. Now, one side effect of this was that we had to use the same rigs for the female bandits as well, which I know listening to Stuart yesterday isn't anatomically correct. At least Aloy is, but like the female bandits are literally just like male-type skeletons. And but like adding another female rig, which is going to be too cost-heavy, unfortunately. Now, to get the most variation out of the 2 rigs, we went with dressing them up and by adding all these type of different elements, right? And this would create a lot of nice secondary emotion, for instance, in the cloth and the hair and the feathers, as well as the weapons and the armor. And that allowed for a lot more variety even within the same archetypes. And so like now that we've settled on what the visual direction was going to be, let's dive into some animation with the hit response system. Another example, like if you look at Zero Dawn, the reactions are kind of underwhelming. The readability and the impacts are super small, and there's such a lack of personality in there. And the overall motion just reads a lot more just like ragdolls instead of a human being actually getting shot. So we started to go into the same direction that we already used on the machines, where we just divided the body into 4 hit zones that would all have a unique outcome. So basically the head that actually triggers a stagger backwards, then the chest and the arms, which would actually cause a stagger around and you would actually face them backwards. Then the back, which actually resulted in a forward knockdown, and then the legs that would actually cause a stumble. Now, that way we could actually get specific outcomes with specific windows of opportunities where you would shoot. And we knew this would only work if we had enough variations to pick from and randomize. And like I've mentioned before, the reason why Zero Dawn wasn't working next to the underwhelming performance and acting in the animation was really the fact that we were spread too thin, and you would see the same thing as the dudes in the beginning over and over and over and over again. So we recorded a lot of hit responses this time around. And here you can see the first implementation without the actual polish. So for the animation direction, we really grabbed back to our old Killzone 2 core concept of every bullet has a dramatic impact. And that meant basically for us that they had to respond properly and match so like the right force and impact. So medium hits would show medium impacts and big hits would show the larger impacts, right? And as you can see, we focus a lot more on believability and personality in these reactions, just making a lot of nice exaggerated moves with sometimes the over-the-top dramatic acting in there. And it really pushed for some sense of character, right? It's like, no. And so by adding a lot of like these variation there, this time the enemies would not fall into the repetition of showing the same response every time. And we captured a lot of these. I think we have about 150 to 200 unique deaths and almost double that amount in stagger. So it was a lot. It was a fun day shooting though for the actors. They were super sore at the end. So now that we actually went to the animating the different archetypes, our biggest focus would actually lie on believability and personality. And to make sure that behaviors like feels very distinguished from each other, we made what we call character decks. They kind of like describe the personality, the behavior, and the characteristics in both idle and in combat situations, and are basically there just for the animators. It's just like what you saw with Alo's animation guide. It would really help us make like choices about posing, about the locomotion, but also like during the mocap sessions, just to use like direct the actors. And it would just keep a certain amount of consistency when we had to shoot multiple sessions with multiple actors. So let's take one example and see how we did it for the grunt. Now the grunt from a personality point of view, like I've mentioned, like are the least experienced bandits. So we wanted them to be pretty rowdy, rough, and unrestrained in their locomotion, and they basically have the least amount of experience in actual combat. But they can still be pretty versatile and a little bit more all-around, unlike the more specialized classes. Now, to describe a class with one keyword, the team went with an approach of like searching for a kindred spirit. And we tried to match an animal counterpart with the attitudes that felt a little bit more similar to the archetype. And that really brought a nice fresh perspective to the table and like a nice angle of approach. And based on that, we could make decisions about behavior or attacks or just the overall feel that we wanted from the animations. So for the grunt, we picked a hyena as a kindred spirit. And if we break it down for us, that basically meant that their behavior is very aggressive in larger groups, but they can be a little bit more hesitant in smaller numbers. And they tend to be naturally drawn towards a superior or an alpha, and they have the urge to more like hide behind the more experienced classes if those are in the area. And we could basically just show that all through gestures and posture and behavior and AI. Now to match that hyena posture in there that we wanted to capture, we looked into this little bit more hunched over pose, shoulders high, lower head, like that steady stare in there. And for our own exercise, we did a little bit of a small summary of how they would behave in different situations. So when they're alerted, like you see here, they either act very unthorough or they call in reinforcement since they're kind of hesitant by themselves, right? And when projectiles are actually hitting near them, they would either flinch or they would just start looking around if one of their superiors actually got hit. They're very much the helping hand in this situation, but mostly out of selfishness, since they really don't want to end up fighting alone. And in terms of their gesturing, they mostly just shout and use big pointing gestures just to make them look a little bit more impressive than they actually are in this case, right? And again, that wasn't per se how we were going to end up with the characters in the situation, but it gave us some nice handholds into like the direction that we wanted to take. So when a grunt actually does go into combat, it can look a little bit uncontrolled and ungraceful due to his lack of experience. But at the same time, he is very comfortable with his weapon and has a good understanding of the weight and balance of it, because basically that's the only thing that he knows. Now, all of that was basically taken into account when we went into the mocap sessions, and the stunt actors where we worked with were amazing, and they were really pushing it, and they gave it at 150% of the rowdiness and the unrestrained locomotion that we were looking for. And you can actually see them losing control over their balance sometimes in the stances and in the saddles, which really amplify that lack of experience in combat, but at the same time, it's like portraying that little bit of animalistic behavior that we were looking for. Now, for the clarity and the readability of the attacks, we sort of use the same technique that we also use for the machines, where we focus on a couple of key elements that make up our attacks. So the majority of our combat situations are happening in this more or less like frontal space, right? And we always make sure that we focus on readability, clear anticipations, and attack follow-through from this perspective. So you can see the raw data implemented on the left side and then the final polished version on the right side. And if we break it down, it becomes quite clear what the difference is and what we focused on. So in the anticipation, the axe needs to stay clear and readable, which was less visible in the raw version. Then in air, the axe basically disappears in the raw data, where we make sure that it was fully on display in the polished one. Now, of course, we also wanted to have a clear and pushed line of action in the posing just for that better readability. But then during the attack moment of the swing, you can see the messy line of action in the raw version, where we cleaned it up and have that very distinct line of action on screen from upper left to lower screen right. And that is one of our key components in our attack approach, is to always pick one clear line of action on screen and make that one stand out. And that really helps the player overall just to read the attacks better, but also keep a little bit more clarity in the chaotic combat scenarios that we sometimes have. And then to emphasize a little bit more of that personality in there, we also add these little small moments of attitude, like after a melee attack or a hit respawn. So some of these show their cockiness, where others just show the way they deal with a miss by just pointing and saying, okay, I'll get you next time, you know what I mean? Or just show off how fucking pissed off they are that they got beaten up by Aloy. And that really brought a lot of life to the characters in between sessions, right? And for that extra variation within the same classes, we also implemented different base poses and idle animations depending on the strength of the level of the grunt. So tier 1 on screen left would basically feel a little bit more uncomfortable. It's very high in their breath and energy and almost like angst to actually get into battle, where tier 2 in the middle actually is still high in energy, but you can see that he started to ground himself a little bit more hunched over, a little bit less fast-paced in his breath. But then tier 3 on screen right is the one that feels the most experienced, right? He's very focused, very dangerous, very steady. He has that like that predatorial feel because like he has that steady stare in there, and that's what we wanted out of it, right? So all of those elements combined will just add a lot more life all of a sudden, and so a lot more diverse experience. And the next time that you actually play the game, just take a little bit of a moment and see if you can spot any of those personalities shine through their actions. Now lastly, just to make sure that the machines were not staying behind with all of this work, and we needed them to still feel fresh and exciting, we needed to step up from the previous game and make them feel even more impressive and threatening. And that basically also fitted with the theme of the Forbidden West, which was described as a dangerous and unknown territory to Aloy. And the first step that we actually did was we took a step back and analyzed what machines we actually had on Zero Dawn. And what we saw and also kind of knew this time around was that a large portion of our machines were based on either cattle type class, so horses or cows, etc., on the left side of the screen, and a little bit more of the canine feline classes of animals on the right side of the screen, which are more like wolves or tigers. And then we're looking at the remaining roster of machines. We mostly had bipedal machines on the left side and the multi-legged or winged creatures on the right side. And in terms of visual design and size, we had a lot of variety, but in terms of locomotion, it was kind of limited. And it became very clear that the focus needed to lie on new locomotion types that would bring a fresh challenge to the player and diversity in the encounters, and something that would be a nice contrast towards the machines that we had in Zero Dawn, which were also going to be in the game for Forbidden West. And that's basically where the fun part comes in, right? So we spent a lot of time just researching all different types of animals that show a wide variety of shapes and sizes and locomotion. And since we also knew that the Forbidden West would feature more diverse ecotopes, with the underwater gameplay, we started looking into that stuff as well, and anything basically went here, right? So we went for gliding, flying, rolling, climbing, elevation because of the verticality in there in the gameplay, the jumping, the skipping, sliding or slithering, everything was on the table at this point. So cute. Anyway, without going too much in depth on the actual machines, we kind of covered all of those and ended up with a nice big variety of machines that were complementing the Zero Dawn machines in terms of their visual design, but also their locomotion and their combat challenges. And you can see a small selection of what we ended up with in this page. Now, in terms of production, not a lot has changed on the machines from the previous game. We still use the method of injecting as much character and personality in the machines by just mixing different kinds of key elements from nature reference, as well as creating a distinct combat experience per machine, right? And the only difference this time around was that we got a lot more confident in our production, since we knew what we did last time already worked. And if you want to see how we approach that, you can see the talk. It's free on YouTube, and it's called "Bringing Life to the Machines of Horizon Zero Dawn." So if you haven't seen that one and want to know about the machines, check that one out. But I do want to highlight one machine that had a little bit of a different track than most of the machines, which was the Slitherfang. Now, this machine would literally be our biggest challenge that we had to deal with in terms of locomotion. A snake-type machine was already on our wish list, basically from the moment that we started Zero Dawn, but we knew it was going to be way too production-heavy for the first installment. But when we started to look into Horizon Forbidden West, it was actually a real wake-up call. We had to deal with a 55-meter-long snake that could basically be in coiled state and free movement, working in combat, and actually have to adapt to the terrain as well. And kind of like knowing our world, we literally don't have a flat spot anywhere. Around that time, we were actually starting to work on a new proprietary animation engine as well for Decima, since basically the Morpheme, so Morpheme isn't, I'm not quite sure if anybody knows it, but like Morpheme is an animation engine, but it got like dismissed and not supported anymore, so we only had one license left over, so we needed to switch around. And we basically just used this opportunity to develop the Slitherfang as one of the first machines in our new animation engine called Animgraph to really start testing the limits and the flexibility of the engine. So after a couple of meetings with the AI coders, we came up with a couple of ideas how to solve this uneven terrain issue that we were looking at. And the idea was to go with a mixed solution of either using a partially procedural setup of the snake body or just switch to a fully keyframed version when we wanted to. And we still needed to figure out exactly how we were going to do it to implement this, but that concept seemed the most logical to us. But first, we just started with putting a proxy model in a single cycle on a flat piece of ground in a test level just to get a little bit of a feel for the size and the presence of the machine. So at this point, our animation engine was still in its finalizing steps, and AI wasn't really ready to work on it yet. So we started on our regular animation production, right? So we basically just animate all the single attacks, the hit responses, the locomotion, and just put all of these animations into a sequence. And that way we could at least do in-game checks and so like give in-engine feedback on the animation, and basically just define the attack ranges and the readability of it. And this way we could basically just keep the production going and get a good feel for the machine without so like relying on other departments too much. And for the animation itself, we mostly focused on so like that super dynamic motion in it while making sure that there's lots of height differences in the body, just to avoid that so like flat surface and making it feel like a giant rope the entire time. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we were working on our new animation engine called Animgraph. And we probably wouldn't have been able to make this machine if we hadn't switched around during the project. So Decima is our own proprietary engine, and it's basically based on node-based editors, and so is Animgraph. Now, without going too much into detail here, this is kind of like the overview of the high-level Slitherfang graph, and it contains like the navigation state machines, the procedural setup. It has the hit responses in there. Then it has the additives like the lookats, for example, and then our physics part of it as well. So basically, our main code for AI locomotion is based on the orientation of the root bone and one position in the world. And the way that works is basically the character is always moving forward, while AI rotates the mover around in the desired direction with overriding heading animations that we make. But here, like that would basically be impossible since that would rotate the entire entity, and it looks like the Slitherfang is basically sliding all over the place, right? As you can see in this example. So we really need a solution where we align the body and lock parts of the body to the terrain and the turns. So we started prototyping with a single cycle to follow the terrain properly. And to break it down, what really happens here, so we basically just pick one joint that functions as the base for the procedural setup in the body that comes after it. And in this case is where the skeleton switches from green to purple. Then we use a raycast to procedurally let the joint chain behind the body basically follow that exact point whenever it's like it passes the chain, right? And it basically just like figures out like where it was registered. And then we sort of like offset the head to follow the terrain properly and keep it from intersecting, which you can see in the green skeleton overlay. So red is the original animation, which is always intersecting, but then we just readjust the head part of it. So this first test was pretty positive, and it gave us at least enough confidence that we could make this work, even though we knew it was still a lot of work to get this right. So overall, like the whole chain is not an actual IK chain, but it rather like it's just an FK path that the chain basically just like follows. So we align every joint into the path and make sure in doing so that the up is always aligned. Now the path is not exactly 100% accurate since the base joint can actually end up with some really harsh angles since it follows the terrain exactly, ending up with some really nasty angles in there. So we basically just clamp the path to a maximum of 45 degrees, just so that basically helps that we actually segmented the body as well instead of just having one solid piece, which allows for a little bit more of a margin of error in there. And all of this is actually relatively cheap since we only use two physics raycasts, using only the C-axis to look at for the floor position. So we only use one for the body and one for the head, and everything else is just solved with our end-joint IKs, which I'll cover a little bit later. So now we want to switch from the procedural snake to the full keyframe snake. We simply just stop the path from updating and just the chain unwraps itself around the last known point available. And here's a good overview of that in slow motion. And that's also kind of like where our debug tool came in very handy. We could literally just assign numbers to the chain and get a clear view of which joint was causing issues to us. And this fully procedural setup would basically solve all our problems of having to deal with the uneven terrain as well as the locomotion headings that we were looking at. But when the slither fang is actually in the coiled state, like in the picture, basically the entire character is keyframed. So in this state, like that we use in combat, and making sure that we basically wanted to look good as well, we had to like control over exactly what needed to happen on this one. But the issue was like, how can we actually blend during transitions when dealing with a 55-meter long body and poses that never really match, and a new AI order basically comes in halfway through an action, right? Since basically our animation engine usually blends each joint fit locally in the shortest way that it can, you actually end up with some of these really completely broken blends, as in this example right here. And that's, of course, something that you don't really want. So for that, we kind of like use the method of using model space blending, which is literally just a technique where you just bake down the entire skeleton from local to world space and then back again afterwards. So normally when we switch animation states, we basically run both the current animation and the target animation at the same time, and then linearly blend between those two animations. But for model space blending, we immediately switch to the target pose, which you can see in the green skeleton. But then we always store and so like keep track of the previous pose as the origin of our blending, just to see, as you can see in the red skeleton. We then so like calculate both poses in model space and then apply the proper blend logic to it. And after that, we basically switch back to local space again to continue with the rest of the normal animation logic that we have. Unfortunately, that still isn't enough. And as you can see here in the yellow skeleton, some parts of the snake would still go slightly below or above ground. So we basically just fix that by subdividing most of our joints chains in smaller clusters with the size of only 7 joints. And basically, when we take the height of the last joint from the target animation and use end-joint IK nodes to force those smaller clusters in the right height. So basically, if you see the yellow part of the tail here and the orange part of the tail here, it will basically never go below or above that. So we always know that it will basically stay within the blend space. And all of that is based on our end joints that we use for our ray casts. So end joints are relatively cheap to use, and we only do one forward pass. I'm not quite sure if this becomes too technical or not, and I'm not quite sure if everybody knows what IK solvers are, but it's basically a solution that rotates and positions a link in a chain, right? And normal IK solvers are usually very precise, but they're also fucking expensive, and they need a lot, like they need multiple passes just to get the most accurate result. So in regular, what we call forward, backward reaching IK, you basically determine the goal, and then you take a couple of passes, starting from your destination going backwards. Then it basically calculates another pass forward, and it basically just repeats it until the goal is basically significantly close. Now with our end joint end joint solver, it basically only does one single forward pass, and it's not super precise, and it's relatively cheap. And basically our slither fang, like because it's basically segmented, it would allow for that margin of safety and so like that margin of error in there. And because they're so cheap to use, we could basically just like create a shitload of clusters, making it very accurate enough in our model space blending, and then the procedural joint chain for that locomotion as well. And as I mentioned before, when we're in the coiled state, basically everything is animation driven. What we do, you use the end joints to align the body to slopes on an X amount of points in the body. And here we basically just use that node to check where the animation is compared to the level plane, and we take that offset into account. So let's say the middle of the body of the snake has a little bit of a height difference in there. Let's say like 3 meters. We basically just like calculate that 3 meters and add it on top of the body as well, so it doesn't really snap to the ground instantly. And we basically just like keep the animation feels basically as much as the same as possible, again with a little bit of a minor like margin of safety in there. And just like the previous clips, we can leave with the stunning legend to show off how fucking amazing he is at playing games, and to show off the slither fang and how he looks in action. He truly is a legend. Anyway, to summarize, I'm going to tell him that you guys applaud for him. So to summarize, by identifying some of our underdeveloped mechanics in Zero Dawn, we were able to make a much more complete experience this time in Forbidden West. And we really tried to open up the world to the player as much as possible. And in doing so, we actually found some really nice, great combat mechanics in the way. That made us really embrace like the idea of combining combat and traversal with a heavier focus on response, flow, and fluidity for that high quality and fun experience for the player. At the same time, we also added a lot of personality to Aloy, the human machines, and the human enemies, and that created a lot more depth and believability to the characters, and overall just enhanced the immersion and encounters in there. And on top of that, adding a lot more variety will just keep things fresh for the player and make it feel like you're part of this giant, living, breathing open world that we were going for. So thank you all for listening and to staying awake, and feel free to grab me during breaks, etc., for more questions today. I'm going to be around the entire day, so thank you. See that right on time.
Spot on, absolutely spot on time.
Yes.
So we haven't had time for questions, but we're going to take a couple of questions.
Sure.
And if anyone has any questions for Richard about that fantastic talk. So he will be around at the break times, but we're going to make a bit of time now. So I'm going to come to the mic. You can see someone heading for the mic at the front.
We have at least one question, so that's good.
Hello.
Hi.
So when it comes to Aloy's animation speed and readability,
Yeah.
Did you guys have to keep in mind frame rate as you launched with both 30 FPS and 60 FPS versions, or is that not much of an issue?
Not much of an issue. Like we basically animate at 30, and then 60 is just like it basically doesn't end like on the engine's part of things. The weird thing is like some of our, just for compression, like some of our animation is still updated at 15 FPS even under the hood. So sometimes that's basically then we do have to take into account frame rate, if that makes sense. So then we have like the weird thing is that you then basically have to make sure that the pose that you really want to hit are on even frames, because then the engine does play it. So, but for like specifically for combat, etc., like everything is like as like that has a higher refresh rate basically. So we always make sure that those animations are exactly like how we animated them.
Right,
so,
right.
but we don't really take into account either 30 or 60 FPS, but we just animate at 30.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Hello.
Hi.
How do you kind of balance the over-the-top animations to still make them seem deliberate? For example, you showed off the animation where Aloy hit the wall at 10x10, I do believe,
Yeah.
but it still kind of looked like something unintentional happened in terms of like it was so extreme. It looked like it kind of semi-glitched, I guess,
Yeah.
comparatively to the
Just
5x0.
it was just warping too much basically.
Yeah, you also had for example, the falling animation kind of looked so extreme that it looked like it fell out of intentional animation into some more ragdoll animation. How do you kind of balance those kinds of things?
It's a hard part because like I mean, I'm basically the one chasing this and so like just shouting at every coder just to like make it work properly and don't like warp them too much. But it's always a balance because like I mean sometimes you're just the game basically just like forces itself to do that kind of stuff. Overall, I mean I think like we can get away with it a little bit more. Like, we always like refer to the animation for Horizon as like hyper realism or like push realism, which yes it is so like grounded in reality, but there's still a sense of sort of like a little bit more over the top action kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So like sometimes it actually does feel a little bit more. I'm not quite sure if this actually answered your question, but it does feel a little bit more acceptable, you know what I mean? But we try to reduce it as much as possible. So like with those metrics, for example, like with the first wall jump that you saw, like we already figured out like during that prototype, okay, like this is actually too far. So then we start restricting the designers a lot more, saying like, okay, if you want to have this feature, basically restrict yourself to like, let's say only 5-meter jumps, you know what I mean? And don't build it like 8 or 10 meters because we're never going to be able to hit that properly, you know what I mean? So
Right.
it's basically just a little bit of a back and forth between design, animation, and how that works, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just
Thank you for the question.
I'm afraid this will need to be the last question. Yeah, so.
Just grab me after. Hello.
Your talk was so expensive. I really appreciate it because it gives me a lot to think about. I just wanted to ask a quick question about, you was originally talking at the very beginning of the talk about how you was making sure that all the characters had a personality to them and wanting to make sure that you highlight how Aloy is, or her character, and how she interacts with her world. I wanted to ask, like, did you find that was more helpful that you was working on a sequel, that you had a lot of something to base her off, or was it one of those things that you were trying to redefine her and make sure that, you know, like, that was communicating to your audience
Gotcha.
like differently?
Not really though. Like the only thing that we was specifically like on the new mechanics, we could basically just show that she actually has grown like since sequel, like since Zero Dawn. You know what I mean? So we could show a little bit more fluidity in there sometimes, or just like get a little bit more of a like extreme posing in there. You know what I mean? But overall, we've pretty much established basically like who Aloy is and like exactly like how we need to pose her, how we need to move her, etc. already on Zero Dawn. And it's something that we never actually done before, but we learned a lot from some of our sister studios that were actually doing this. And we literally just like stole everything from Santa Monica and their whole like character Bible on Kratos. But it really did give us like that nice like base to like, okay, like let's say this is exactly who Aloy is, and don't like start driving away from it, or else we're just gonna go all over the place and it starts to feel out of character from there on out. You know what I mean? So there's not a lot of rooms like to show a lot of other stuff besides more or less like the story points of view. And I feel like that's the one thing where it was even worse in the beginning, but it's like it didn't really feel like Aloy when we actually started Forbidden West, and it's like the story that we had, and so like the way she was responding and acting in some kind of situation, right? So she's very much this outcast, so she's used to just doing things on her own. But as we were doing playtests, and so like the way things were written and the way things were delivered, it really felt like she was just being super obnoxious to everybody, and just felt like she was like the best thing since sliced bread, you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, like we need to tone it down a little bit and have her a little bit more compassionate, you know what I mean? And that's when a lot of rewrites basically happen and reshoots, etc., just to get her humanity basically back into her and make sure that she actually cares about the world around her. And yes, she does want to do everything by herself, but be kind about it, you know what I mean? And don't just like start shouting at everybody that they shouldn't tag along or whatever, like that kind of stuff. So
I'm glad that you managed to like prototype that and work that into like even the talk, because that was just really great. For
nice,
someone
thank you.
like me to...
Appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much, Richard,
Thank you.
for a fantastic start.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
So Richard will be around in the break with the other speakers if you'd like to ask him any more questions then. So before I introduce the next speaker, just to remind you that your fantastic Donkey Konsoll t-shirts are available in the foyer if you haven't picked yours up yet. And also there are spaces in the Mentor Cafe from 2 o'clock where you can meet some fantastic mentors who can help you with your careers. So do take advantage of those. Okay, so our second speaker of the day has over a decade of dedicated experience in interactive performance, best known for characters in both blockbuster AAA titles such as Fortnite, Halo Infinite and Gears 5, to critically acclaimed indie games including After Party, Pyre and The Wonderful Gone Home. I've heard many horror stories from writers and developers who've really struggled to get the best from their actors through a lack of key information from the development team and design team, and as a result have produced results that don't really work for the project. So here to help you avoid those pitfalls and learn how to get more from your actors by understanding how actors work, please welcome voice director Sarah Elmale.
Goodness, hi, good morning. It's still morning. And first, this is a professional compulsion, but my sinuses have been very sad with the dryness, so my voice doesn't normally sound like this. It has a little more clarity, but the words will come out and the ideas will make sense and we'll get through it. So yes, thank you so much for being here and expressing interest and care around performance and kind of how to reach out and understand your actors a little bit better to work with them more effectively. That interest and curiosity and respect alone means a lot to me and to your actors. So here we go. The child, the guardian, and the guide. Who am I and how did I get to have so many opinions? I'm full of them. I grew up playing video games. At the time when I started doing this, I was more of a rare species where a lot of voice actors came out of animation or other things that they'd wanted to do. But I think these days, this generation of actors actually largely grew up playing video games and loving them and wanting to do this specifically. But so these were some of my earliest inspirations. I trained in theater in high school and college. Professionally, I started out, you can see, in very, very indie experimental theater. This is me playing a chimpanzee, which I had to explain to Joel McHale. That's a whole other story. He saw it in my Zoom background. And also live radio dramas in New York City, which is where I really discovered the freedom and joy of voiceover, specifically of just channeling everything through my voice. And then I proceeded to dive headlong into indie games once I discovered the breadth and diversity and excitement that was in the space at the time. And I very much lucked out by being part of this one. I moved to LA in 2015. I joined the Actors Union, the American Actors Union, SAG-AFTRA, and started voicing AAA games as well. Things like these. This is Gears 5, Fortnite, and Halo Infinite. So after years of acting in games and learning what I could about game development at GDC, I took myself to GDC since 2011, and on Twitter before it was completely on fire. I started consulting for indies to help them understand better how actors work, the standards and best practices, and which led kind of accidentally. I didn't actually set out to be a voice director, but as part of the ways that I offered to help, I started voice directing for indies and now also for AAA. So this talk is the result of many aspects of training and experience. Firstly, as someone who has played games and carefully followed and studied and been, as a fan of games performance their whole life, as someone who has invested a significant amount of time and in an interest in better understanding the needs and practices of my developer collaborators. That's always meant a lot to me. This is what you're doing for the actor community, is you're coming to learn about us. Well, I spent many years trying to come to developers to learn about how they work. And as an actor, of course, with a lifetime of training and over a decade of experience, as we mentioned, in this specific medium, and now as a consultant and director, this is me being very silly, with the privilege of creating the kinds of collaborative workspaces that I've always dreamed of for actors and developers as a space to create together. So who are you? I understand many of you are students. I'm really, really curious who's here, what your background is, what touch point, if any, you have with voice actors, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions, so write them down. I did leave some space, unless I go wildly off the rails. And I'm not expecting any particular amount of experience or background here, so let's just see what we're dealing with. So raise your hands if the answer is yes. Any writers? I can barely see, but I see a few, yes. Cinematics team? A couple, cool. Audio designers and composers? People who touch audio? Okay, cool. Nice. Awesome. Sweet. Does anybody have already session experience? Being in a voice actor session? Yeah, a couple. Fab. Great. Any directing experience? Nice. Cool. Hopefully this will make sense to you. Does anyone have any acting experience? Bonus round. Ooh, look at all the actors. Ah, that's great. Okay, cool. Hopefully this will also make sense. Fantastic. That's exciting. I love that. Okay, so what are we talking about? My talk title sounds like some weird fairy tale or fable, so let's, what are we doing here? First, I'm going to kind of lay out from my experience what the situation is like in the booth. Not all the time, but some of the time. What are the things we run into, the pitfalls, the things that make games performance both uniquely difficult among kinds of acting and glorious. So here we are. This is my work in progress kind of model. It's based on my years of experience and training, but this is me working out kind of a simple way to put it forward to you. This concept of the actor having dual selves at all times. When you're working with them, they are composed both of an inner child and of an adult guardian, and both are essential for performance. They each have key relationships with you as the director, individually, and with each other. They work together with each other. This is also my personal perspective on the fundamental role of the developer, how to conceive of the job of the developer, the director. We can argue about whether it's part of the development team or not. Hopefully, yes, in some form or other. And the tools that we have at our disposal to work with our actors. Because we do work both directly with the child and with the guardian and ask them to kind of talk to each other. And so this is what I'm going to try and get across to you. Then I'll try and sum it up Hopefully it'll make sense, and we'll all be ready to go forth and have fantastic sessions for the rest of our lives. Okay, so in my experience, voiceover can, not always, but can actually wind up creating, voiceover sessions can create anxiety both for developer and actor alike. So let's get into it. And just to be clear, I'm talking mainly about booth voiceover sessions. Performance capture is similar, although some things are easier, like having scene partners, and some new things are hard as well, just getting used to not occluding your markers and stuff. Booth voiceover, with a head-mounted camera, like for facial capture or not, is still likely, I think at this point in time, maybe this will be an interesting time capsule, likely to be the bulk of your performance process. You may have some very beautiful cutscenes that are done on the performance capture volume, but then you're going to wind up doing a lot of booth voiceover as well. So here's the problem, my interpretation of the problem. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, from your perspective. So usually, you don't have the same amount of time to onboard an actor compared to other members of your team. I'm guessing you spend more than like 5 to 15 minutes in onboarding a developer into your world and to the pillars of your design and getting them up to speed. So that can kind of induce panic if you feel like you only have a little bit of time to get your actor into the mindset that you need them to be in. This is voiceover's reputation as a budget item. It feels like it costs a lot of money. We're going to hang on to that for a minute. I think we can unpack what the value is, which kind of determines that assessment. But this is definitely, I've heard this time and time again, that it feels very expensive, and I respect that. It sounds like reading, because they are reading. Actors are not off-book. Off-book meaning they have their lines memorized. For performance capture, yes, but for booth voiceover, most of the time you're seeing the lines for the first time. You're reading them maybe 3 times in a row, getting an adjustment or a bit of input from the director, and then maybe a few more times, and one of those is going to ship, probably. So if it sounds like reading, it is because it is. Similar, disconnected, sort of not engaged, flat reads. You loved their audition. Their audition was full of life and great choices, but when you get into a long pattern and you're in your session and you're not sure why it's going the way it's going, sometimes this can happen. It doesn't sound like they're relating to other human beings in real time, which is what you want your characters to sound like. As a dev, you're really frustrated by this, and as a player, the experience is of a beautiful environment. We just saw some of the most beautiful environments in today's games. With voiceover that takes you out of that experience. It's distracting and it feels disjointed or false, and that prevents you from experiencing and immersing yourself in the game. I won't throw any particular performances under the bus here, but we've all been there, I think. The challenge, now this is from the actor's perspective. Also, no time to develop character. For theater, we would have weeks of rehearsal to figure out who these people are. And on-camera people usually get time with their scripts, at least. Again, we're coming in, we're reading it for the first time, and a character is expected to spring forth whole cloth. No money. This is a very funny, sad paradox. For actors trying to make a middle-class living on session fees individually, it can be quite a challenge. And so it's very, very unfortunate, I think, that there are these kind of dueling expectations or assessments of the value of this session time for actors. And that is also a whole other talk and a union question, but we won't get into it now. But this is something that your actor may be coming in with. Also, no prep. Again, only in game voiceover do we see the line for the first time and read it, give our best sort of gut reaction to it, and then this is what goes into the game. And I do think this does start to gesture at why game voiceover is kind of efficient for the cost, because how much time and resources and iteration is spent on the same in-game moment with the environments and the animation and all of that other, the design, everything, for an actor to read it in under 5 seconds and for that to potentially be good enough to go into the final result. So again, a whole other talk, but that's fine. So, yes, this is a booth. I'm going to get into, oh, right, yes, here we are. The booth, for those who haven't been in a booth, it is a very, very controlled space for minimal input from the outside. There's no light, like a casino. There's glass, there's minimal glass because that's a vulnerability point for sound to kind of come in and ruin the kind of carefully protected dead space that is created. Yeah, for an actor, you come in, you have a microphone here, maybe a couple of microphones, depending on the setup. For Gears, I think we had a couple microphones. and a couple of people that you can maybe see on Zoom or across the glass to the control room. You can only hear them when they choose to let you hear them. Yeah, by design, to protect the quality of the files and of the dialogue, there's minimal input, and this makes for a very sterile room. There's not much to react to here, on purpose. On camera, you get a costume, other people's costumes, lighting, explosions, people. There's so much to just react to reflexively. And even in theater, you get other people most of the time. So, it feels a bit like this. I don't know if anyone's done, this is the only one I could find that wasn't like a woman in a bikini, so forgive our dude here. He's going into a float chamber. Has anyone done this? Yeah. It's okay. I'm gonna tell my experience with this in a minute. But yeah, it's this. It's kind of a room that's a small tank. It's filled with salinated water that's kind of so salty that you feel very weightless. You kind of float without having to do any treading of any water. And it's kind of akin to a booth. So here is the opportunity. Why I love game voiceover despite all of the stuff I just described. Because I do. I love it. That's why I'm still doing it. So here we are in our booth. It feels claustrophobic and sterile. We're in our little float chamber. My experience of doing this float chamber, you go in there and you know it's going to be over in an hour in this case. And you have a little panic button, that's like, turn the lights on, I'm freaking out. So I'm in here and I'm like, as long as I have my hand on this button or I can find it, I'll be fine. Whatever happens here, I'll be fine. Immediately lost track of the panic button and start to freak out and just being like searching around. It's not very tall. I'm like, okay, decision point, branching decision path. I can either continue to flip out and end this experience, or I can relax, know it's going to be over in an hour, and see what happens. And what happened for me was actually I started to, the feeling of weightlessness allowed me to kind of visualize what that's, obviously in space you're weightless. And so I just started feeling as though I was actually floating through, I had this distinct sensation of floating through a starscape. It felt the opposite of claustrophobic. It felt endlessly, infinitely expansive and freeing. And that was really cool. And then it was over and it was fine. I was fine. And the booth can be the same. The booth is also a powerful space that has infinite possibility, depending completely only on your imagination. You can go anywhere, you can be anyone. Despite what I would be cast for on camera, I can voice people that I don't look anything like. And it's a place of power and freedom. So the result for developers, and ultimately for players, when the actor is tapped in, visualizing, immersing themselves, is a performance that brings the player, into the experience. I did not plan this, by the way. This is not the morning of Horizon, so this is pure coincidence, except that I love Ashley's performance in this game. I think Ashley Birch does an amazing job. She's an incredible avatar, which I think is a kind of a game's particular job to have, the responsibility of being an avatar and a point of connection and identification for the player. I think she connects you intimately to the circumstances and the stakes of this world. She makes everything feel important and urgent. And so what you have is this beautifully simulated environment with incredible slitherfangs and all kinds of other amazing beasties. And this powerful, authentic, kind of barely processed, if at all, human component that's real. It doesn't have to work at all to sound real because it just is a human voice. And that sells you on the rest of the elements in the space. I teach this as a key responsibility for the game voice actor. The job of a voice actor is to make everything around you sound and feel real. And one of my QueerVox students, QueerVox is an academy that we have for queer voice actors, me and my friend JP Karliak, this is our student Brandon P. Jenkins, said, we salivate the experience. It sounds like salivate now that I say it out loud, but salivate. Okay, so the why has to do with this concept that I'm playing with of the actor's dual selves. So why is how actors work. Why do these problems, challenges, and opportunities exist, and how do we navigate them? So let's crack her open and see what's inside. The child. Just kidding. But then once this occurred to me, I couldn't not write this slide in Werner Herzog's voice, so I'm gonna, Acting is fundamentally playing make-believe. Young children invent and invest with high stakes and real emotion in imaginary circumstances. Anyway, that's That's my bad, Werner. Anyway, but yes, children play make-believe very effortlessly and very fully. They have a very, very vivid imagination. They free associate. They make creative connections between ideas, and they aren't stuck in grown-up logic and procedural kind of what has to make sense. They have a kind of special dream logic that can be really surprising and really fun. And they don't prevent these creative impulses from expressing due to shame or worry until they learn to do that later. All of these qualities are necessary to pretend to inhabit an imaginary world, which is fundamentally what we're asking the actor to do. So here we go. This is the actor's vow. I'm not going to do a whole talk on the method, some of you may have heard of. The actor's vow is written kind of as a dogmatic or a pedagogical mantra by Elia Kazan, very influential director. You may know from things like On the Waterfront, Streetcar Named Desire, etc. Co-founded the Actors Studio in 1947, which formed kind of an essential HQ for the formalization and propagation of the method. This is this technique that you may have heard actors use. Actors like Marlon Brando and James Dean, Paul Newman, etc., and more into modern times. And this was kind of a massive generational shift forward, or leap forward into much more courageous and realistic acting than what we had seen before. So I'm not method myself, but I happen to use some of the tools that I find really useful. And I ran into this vow in a documentary, and I was kind of stunned. It's amazing. So I will read it out and try not to cry. So it says, "I will take my rightful place on stage, and I will be myself. I'm not a cosmic orphan. I have no reason to be timid. I will respond as I feel, awkwardly, vulgarly, but respond. I will have my throat open. I will have my heart open. I will be vulnerable. I may have anything or everything the world has to offer, but the thing I need most and want most is to be myself. I will admit rejection, admit pain, admit frustration, admit even pettiness, admit shame, admit outrage, admit anything and everything that happens to me. The best and most human parts of me are those I have inhabited and hidden from the world. I will work on it. I will raise my voice. I will be heard." Thanks, Elia. This, as kind of a companion piece, is from a podcast that my friend Richard Clark started, all about video game feelings. And we did an episode on anger, because it turns out I put my anger into my performances. Acting is very therapeutic for me and for many people. And so you hear a little bit from me at the end of this podcast, but more importantly, you'll hear from Richard, actually, in his epilogue. And I'm hoping it will play now. Maybe now. Nope. Help me out. Thank you.
There's something a little bit less. Not as overdetermined around creativity, really unbridled creativity. It doesn't know. Like when I'm acting, I can't. I try to tell people this, because, especially talk about it, because I think that we're at this moment where AI voices are kind of reaching enough, competency, right, to be discussed, to have to talk about them, and to have to advocate for real human beings doing this work. And when you are being really creative as a voice actor, the odds that you know exactly how you're going to sound when you do something are just. I think it's a good sign when you don't know how you're going to sound, when you don't know where you're going, and when you don't know where something came from. It's alive, it's spontaneous, it's like there's something really powerful and unconscious about it.
I don't know how I got this way, to this self-conscious place where I carefully curate my thoughts and emotions before I express them. But I'm wondering if it might be a sign that I don't see the world as a safe place, that I don't feel the freedom to show vulnerability in my default mode. I just want to repeat this thing that Sarah said right there at the end. It's a good sign when you don't know how you're going to sound. She's talking about voice acting there, but I think it applies more generally. To express yourself emotionally, you can't be preoccupied with how you're coming across or what people will think. I do cry sometimes, but rarely around people. My only recent memories of crying is in front of a TV set, and I'll quickly wipe those tears away as soon as my wife turns around and looks at me. She asks every time if I'm okay, and my body and my brain interprets that question for some reason as a threat. I've always been relatively effective at eliciting emotion and vulnerability from others, but what I'd like to do here is use this podcast to figure out something trickier. How can I forget myself long enough to let others see me as I am? How can I stop worrying about how I'm going to sound?
I thought that was a very brave ending for his podcast. I was very compelled. And so what we're starting to kind of poke at is the fact that grown-ups hide and edit and self-censor for very, very understandable reasons in order to navigate the world socially and professionally and with any number of goals in mind. We worry about looking foolish or weak, and believing in things that aren't real or allowing our emotions to express at full volume can expose us to ridicule, and we become increasingly aware of that. The method and whatever acting technique that works for folks, any convincing modern acting has to do with systematically, repetitively, ritualistically removing those inhibitions and trusting in a special space that allows you to express with abandon. So something that we're going to hang on to, I just want you to tuck this in the back of your brain, that you can't be fully present and uninhibited while also thinking about how you sound. Part 2, second self. The Guardian. I'm kidding, sorry. This is a very white classical art canon thing, but it kind of got at the idea, which is that, yes, inside is also a guardian, a grown-up self, with the specific function of being kind of a cheerleader, a companion, a protector, and a minder for the inner child. The guardian is what makes actors self-possessed professionals who come with their own approaches, their own tools, their own choices and instincts, and their adaptability to feedback. You try to direct a child and it can be challenging, but actors are able to translate and filter this input productively. The guardian allows for craft. Some of this is what we call craft. Analytical technique and emotional tools for emotional access. So much of what we talked about in learning acting technique is finding what helps you get into that space of finding the emotion that feels right for the scene or feels reactive. And actors have a bunch of different tools. I have my own hacks for this stuff, like I mentioned. Some of it's method, some of it's not. So you can summon the right state of being that the scene calls for. Support as well. This is drawing out, so I suppose if tools for emotional access are drawing out the inner child, they're also protecting them and nurturing them. So this is a story, before, during, and after. So at a certain point in my development as an actor, I got very good at prepping my head game before. Most actors know that it's very productive to think of auditioning not as oh, here's my chance to go get a job, but the job itself. The job is auditioning itself. This is my opportunity to inhabit this character, and I should treat it as worthwhile and fun and interesting and validating in and of itself. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to be chill. We're just going to have fun. It's going to be great. And then I go in and I'm being loose. I'm yeah, whatever. Sure, you're taking adjustments. I love it. And then I would get home and I would beat myself silly. Oh, that was such a stupid decision. Oh, God, why am I so awkward? Blah, 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 blah. And this anecdote is something that I heard from Jennifer Hale in a class that she was teaching. Jennifer, you may have heard of, and you've certainly encountered her work. And it turns out also, this is not true of every actor who's gifted at acting, but she's also a very, very wise, generous, and articulate mentor, teacher, and I think she is also directing now. But she put it to me this way. She said, our job is to take out your inner child for this work. You let them into the playpen. And if you take them home and you abuse them, they won't want to come out. So you have to be gentle with yourself when you get home. You cannot forget that stage of the process. You cannot punish that kid, or it's just going to get harder and harder to do the work you need to do. And I found that very intense and very motivating. The Guardian also translates and layers technical or results-based direction into play prompts for the child. So you might have some drier stuff. We're going to get into what these tools are and kind of the languages you're going to use when working with both parts of the actor's self. And the stuff that doesn't make sense or wouldn't make sense to a kid is what the Guardian is going to kind of take, digest, and translate. For example, they can even, if they're feeling like they don't totally understand what it is that you want, The Guardian allows for an actor to create two completely creative, spontaneous, and viable options of characterization or of a line read for you to compare and contrast and say, is this closer to what you want or is it more like this? That's sort of on a Guardian level of offering you a choice. Did I miss anything? Yeah, that's great. How to work with them. The director as guide and their tools. The trick, this is to put it very, very simply, knowing whether you're addressing the child or the guardian when you direct and not abandoning the one while making the most of the other is the whole trick of it. Okay, so director as guide. This is how I understand the role of director. Not everyone sees it this way. Some people see it like this. You are this genius, mad genius, sort of poking, prodding, injecting electricity, and extracting a character from this passive actor life form that's waiting for you on the table. I disagree. I think the actor is the mad genius, and you are any number of their assistants. The actor is synthesizing, alchemizing. I mean, maybe it's not, Frankenstein's monster. Maybe it's more like a cauldron, but they're kind of stirring and vibing and whatever, and you are running and bringing them tools. So yeah, they have their own tools and ideas, and you are just there to be exactly what they need you to be. Sometimes you're bringing stuff before they even knew to ask for it. Sometimes they will ask for it. I have been each of these archetypes, and don't get too lost in the plot of Young Frankenstein here, because I don't know how helpful they were, but let's just pretend they were. But I have been the clown to entertain and put the actor at ease, to keep the session energy light and fun. I have been the ditz, who's like not really projecting a kind of aggressive attitude of authority, asking a lot of questions in case someone's ego needs to be flattered and assuaged. And I have been that sort of weird, intense disciplinarian who's maybe not intense, but someone who holds them to a higher standard of what they can be, who believes that we can kind of get to an ever more specific, precise, alive place, and will kind of push them. And who also knows that sometimes what they need is a brandy before retiring. Some warm milk, perhaps. Ovaltine. Anyway, yes. So, you bring your material ingredients, and yes, I'm also in the background as a director, as a voice director specifically, running between two rooms. I'm serving both the developer and the actor and translating between them. So I'm kind of running back and forth and trying to make the most of this session, get everybody what they need. So it's really a service position, is what I'm saying. You are a guide to a path that you cannot walk yourself. So I'm going to pause. Yeah, I know, question mark. This is all sort of high-level kind of hooey-gooey actor stuff, so I'm going to try, and you can make fun of me afterward, to speak a little bit of dev, just to help it make a little bit of sense, perhaps. Acting is emergent, not determinative. It's not a button press for predictable output. It is beautiful, cleverly girded chaos. Actors have intricate, complicated processing, and varyingly chaotic and exciting outputs. Your job is to embrace that process, to surf, and to enjoy it. Or you can also think of actors like your players. The Magic Circle, I know, is a design principle, yes? Are people familiar with the Magic Circle? Anybody? Some. Okay, Magic Circle it actually comes, I think, out of like anthropology and folk traditions, but it basically describes, in some cases, rituals will literally create a circle on the ground, and someone will come in and channel something or do something, and the act of circumscribing that space allows for, permits for behavior in that ritual that is not commonplace, that you would never do in normal society. And this is used in our game design as well. We know that actors, certainly most actors are developers, oh my God, players, good Lord, players aren't normally violent in real life. But these magic circles allow for them to express themselves in all kinds of ways that they wouldn't normally. And this is also true of your actors. So remember that float chamber. This is that float chamber experience that goes from claustrophobia to freedom. Freedom is that sense of play and agency and exploration and permission in this magic circle. The permission to risk being vulnerable. So tools that you have as designers, create trust, curiosity, and engagement for your player/actor to allow for high-level expression and agency. Directing the child. So, besides trust and permission, what allows for this transformation of claustrophobia to freedom? So we went from the booth to the starscape. It's visualization. The more detail and vividness in the actor's imagination, the more free, committed, and detailed we can be in performance. I would love to see scans of actors and directors' brains while we do this work, because I bet they are all on fire. My brain feels completely alive with envisioning the world, especially as a director, hearing the actor's performance and putting it into what I'm visualizing as the game world. It's very, very active work. So yes, when the imagination is active, actors are closer to instinctively reacting to their imagination. If you're imagining all of this input, all of the stimuli that's not there in the booth, you can have a much more authentic and alive human reaction to it. That sense of immediate reflex is wonderful for acting. Acting is reacting. Some of you may have heard of this. So in our case, in a very sterile environment like the game voiceover booth, you're reacting to your own imagination. I said we bring them stuff, tools and ingredients. What do we bring? We fill in details of the environment. This is feeding their imagination, feeding their visualization of the space. Colors, smells, the size of the space. Is it dangerous? Is it safe? Is it loud? Is it quiet? Is it bright? Is it dim? Really focusing on their senses. That'll put them in their body, in their imaginary body. That will give them things to react to. If there is no specific example for these things, sometimes I'll turn to developers and be like, so where are they, and what just happened, and who are they talking to? And you're like, and that's fine. That is a games thing. That is another unique quality of games, is that these things can fire in any number of settings. I will make stuff up. I turned to one actor and said, okay, so this is, maybe it's taking place in a menu or whatever, or like it's an ambient dialogue in a home base environment. And I was like, imagine you're giving a confession to your friend who's in a coma, and you're in the hospital and you're at their bedside and you're not sure if they can hear you. What I wanted was that sense of vulnerability and intimacy. And it was something, especially because he does more on camera, that actor really responded to. Put them in their body. We don't have costumes to react to. I might give them a costume. I often change their posture. If they're slumped like this, it's hard to imagine being a king or something. I'm like, please straighten your back. Speak from here. Support your breath. I've given fake, blocking with regards to each other. I've asked people to kind of grab their scene partner by both shoulders and speak close to their face. That creates a specific kind of read. And again, doesn't have to be accurate. I once told an actor who was giving a line read, or giving a read that was it felt like a bit like a garden hose, kind of spraying all over. The energy was kind of flying all over the place. And I was like, point. Tell your friends, you're running out of time. I need you to send that energy directly to your teammate. And that works well. So that's a very efficient way. If you just give a gesture, that takes no time at all, but it can be very evocative. The given circumstances. This is an official actor term instead of my hooey-gooey theory. This is stuff actors are familiar with. Key history. Not all of the history, perhaps. Key history. Relationships. Who people are to each other is so key. What's just happened? Did I just sprint for 5 minutes and arrive and see that my friend has finally catch up to my friends? I need to know that, so I'm out of breath. Things like that. The rules of the game. Turns out acting is a lot like games, because we talked about this magic circle. So much like games. Your acting is strongest when you're doing things to other people, when you have an objective. You can give them a verb, give them a mechanic. Say persuade that person with reason. Get this commitment from somebody without showing them how afraid you are. Get this confession out before you lose your courage. Convince, seduce, all of these other things. Verbs are very, very strong direction. So yes. Use your verbs, your objectives, and remember, acting is a possibility space, not a specific result. Provide the scene partner if you can. This is very, very rare in games. But if you can play selects from a prior session, or have I know scheduling is tricky, but recording ensemble, meaning recording with your actors together, that's the best way to get real specific reactions to each other and know they're going to line up because they were there. It's a bonus. I encourage people to be strategic about this because it is a challenge, but don't write it off altogether. Give it a shot. Give it a try. Bonus, if you're feeling saucy. Meet them on their terms. I've just given you all this stuff, portrayed the child as like waiting for all this input and you have to bring them everything. Some actors have amazing instincts. They're master clue hunters in your file names, and they can tell kind of what game state it is, based on what the file name is in the Excel spreadsheet. And they've just got really, really strong choices. They're just chomping at the bit. You can feel it. You can feel when an actor loves to read quickly and kind of stay in a flow. Get out of their way. That's what they need. You're there for whatever they need. The need is not for you to talk. It's for you to get them what they need. Sometimes you need to step back. Some actors respond differently to different kinds of cues. Sometimes they love lots of explanation that they'll digest and kind of internalize and turn into a character, and they may ask for that. Some really want it short and sweet. Ashley Birch is an example of an actor who is totally, for some reason, has the same pop culture references that I have, and so I can just kind of refer to scenes from like Community or whatever, and she'll be like, oh, got it, which is handy, but that's certainly not true of all actors. Match their energy. Human matching is really, really powerful. It makes us feel understood and seen, and our brain waves can actually align if you do it enough. So if it's an intimate scene, keep your vibe small, keep it gentle. Don't get huge, and don't take, don't suddenly inject it with lots of, projection and whatever. Match the scene you're in. It'll help them stay in their flow. Share the vulnerability. My job, it's very reassuring and important that the actor feel like I know what we need or what's productive. But that doesn't mean that I always know exactly how to get it from them. And so I will try direction out as questions. What if we try this? Let's explore that. Maybe it's this. If not, all right. Oh, I pushed you down the wrong path. Let's try something else. It's not, I don't need to be seen as all important. And we're all just kind of discovering it together. So I share their vulnerability with them. I also often, because we don't have scene partners, I'm there to give them their feed lines. Something to react to. Now I'm also kind of acting. I'm trying not to take over the scene and make sure their choices are the ones that are driving the scene forward. But here I am. I'm also saying words and hoping that they'll affect you. I've done jumping jacks. You don't have to do jumping jacks. But I've asked an actor whose energy was a little bit low that I had a special relationship with to like do a few jumping jacks and kind of lift their energy. And I was like, screw it, I'll do the same. Let's go. It just helps them feel trusting when you share vulnerability with them. Genuine affirmation. Again, the booth is so sterile and so closed off, and all input is, desperately controlled. So don't hide resonating with their performance. I know the talkback might be closed, but open it if you are laughing at what they just did. That's a trick I learned from Eric Sturpey, actually. But yeah, in theater, some actors really, really thrive on vibing with the audience. So by the way, feel free to laugh at this talk. No, but some actors really, really feed off of this and find it really fuels their work. Not all actors are like that, but it always gives them the sense that they're on the right track and makes them feel like, like we're all being human beings together. And what they're doing is making me have a human response, which is the goal. So laugh if you're gonna laugh. Cry, let them see you cry. I've done fist bumps. I've been like, sick, that was sick. If it's sick, say it's sick. So yeah, here they just have you to feed off of. So be their friend. Caution, I'm not gonna say don't do these things. Just that they carry a cost. You'll see as we get further into this talk, I know I'm going to be saucy and be like, don't do this, don't do that. You can do these things, but you have a budget. So, first thing to maybe avoid is repeating the same direction without adjusting it or giving them a relative orientation. Again, it's an emergent system. Give it new prompts, give it new parameters, to run the sequence again. If nothing else, yeah, give them warmer or colder. That's helpful. But if you're just hammering on the same beat and they feel like they're probably trying different things to get you what you want and nothing's shifting it, it's very demoralizing. You have to know what you want. This is a very, very important director thing. If you don't know specifically what you want, make a very quick and rapid and reasonable thought-through decision of what's productive. I will just make a commitment. If I turn to the developer and the answer is, I'll make a call about what seems dramatically interesting and viable and will support a variety of settings as fast as I can and give the actor a sense of confidence that what they try next could be useful. Actors' takes aren't wrong. They're just further or closer to what you need for specific reasons. Micromanaging, puppeteering. This is going to be me attempting to describe a feeling that I've had in a couple of sessions. I'm going to do my best here. So it's about insistent technical detail that doesn't resonate with the child self. It's not about specifics. It's not about being too specific, because sometimes the right detail can evoke a huge mood. That's very powerful. That's very useful. But if the child, for whatever reason, can't visualize or connect with that detail, it feels abstract. It feels like they're reaching for the performance outside of yourself, to an expectation that you don't understand. You feel like the director is lifting each of your joints into place kind of individually, and you're making this adjustment and that one, and it's very uncomfortable. You feel like you're contorting yourself into a specific silhouette, and the character lies just on the other side or something. And if everything you try feels like it's a wrong or bad fit, it's very upsetting. You second guess what you're doing here. Why are you there? It's very uncomfortable. What you want is this. Yes, tailor-made for me. So the point is, again, this reaching feeling is what's uncomfortable. And so you as a director must find the character somewhere within the actor's performance, not outside of it. If you can't, you've already failed at casting, and secondarily at directing. It's not the actor's fault. Line reads. Do people know what line reads are? I should just say it. All right, line reads. All right, so results-based direction is describing how the line is supposed to sound instead of what it's supposed to do. We talked about verbs. Do this to your scene partner instead of sound like XYZ. A line read is when you say the line how you think it's supposed to sound. So results-based direction would be like, can it sound lower? Okay. That's something. And then a line read would be like, say line reads results-based direction, which, okay. So if you're a really good actor, maybe it won't sound cheesy like that. But again, we'll get into why, even if you're really a talented actor, it's not going to be as helpful as you think it is. And again, remembering how hard it is to be present and fully immersed when you're thinking about how you sound. You've now directed the actor to think about how they sound instead of be that character. Sometimes characters are thinking about how they sound, but that's different than the actor thinking about how the character sounds. Does that make sense? Cool. So here we go. This is me trying out a way of explaining why line reads aren't as helpful as you might think, and we're going to spend some time on it because I just hear them all the time. All right, our line, or maybe even our scene, is parkour. We have our parkour bro here. It's an environment with a goal and a path, maybe even multiple paths. The actor has come in blindfolded. Remember, sterile space, no game information, no and nothing. They can't see anything. So this is what it feels like to them. Can't see. If you tell this person to sound like XYZ, they won't make this course. You're basically being like, lift your hip now and do this now. And you're like, okay, there's no context, there's no coordination. It's very, very artificial and odd. So if you show them the course, if you give them the details in their environment, the obstacles, all of this other stuff, they can navigate. They're professionals. They have their own coordination and athleticism. They can get there. Again, if you're a good actor, they still don't have your body. I have had to tell a director, I don't have your voice, bro. I can't live down here. It's not going to work for me. I can't go as low as you can. That's not a tool I have. So they don't have your body and your biomechanics. So you usually are creating more work in the form of questions of what you actually want, what the line needs to achieve, than helping them by telling them how it's supposed to sound. I hope that makes sense. So, right. All right, we're going to get into you again, and you can totally make fun of me if I'm completely wrong. Actors' deepest engines are in the realm of visualization, association, sense memory, and human experience. And these are some things that I've noticed, and I could be wrong, about some of the other engines that different developers, different specializations may have as the way that they think and approach things and the language that they use. And they're very, very, very cool, but they might not be helpful in this context. So writers, you have so much information. You're this incredible, detailed encyclopedia for the game. Sometimes that's exactly what I need. I need you to pull a specific entry, and you're right there with it. It's amazing. Sometimes it spans, through hundreds of in-game years. But the actor might be swamped if you dump everything on them, and the key is to know which detail is going to serve the immediate scene. You may know the many sides. Sometimes you know that a character is vastly complex and has all these different facets. But we talked about acting as reacting, and it's very difficult to have a strong, bold reaction to more than like, I don't know, 1 to 3 things. After that, you're going to feel the person kind of caught trying to react to too many things at once. Audio directors, you know what sounds good, what's cool, what's engaging. You know what, sometimes it's reasonable to talk about the sound when you're trying to make sure your cast sounds different from each other. That's totally fair. But we've already talked a little bit about the risk of acting and asking an actor to think about how they sound. So be cautious. Aesthetics. Cinematic leads. You have the cutscene so vividly in your head. You've got the rhythm of it, the editing of it, the beat of it, the visuals, the frame. So much is specific for you already in the work that when you bring to the session and you want to add the dialogue to that. But I have noticed that this has the most tendency to lead to line reads because again, you're thinking of something very specific that you've already pre-shot. So all of these feelings and needs and languages, the needs behind them, the game needs behind them are completely, completely valid. So my job as a director is to respect the need that they represent. But I'm also sifting for gold in the language that these developers may use to find and translate that for what's useful to the actor. So that's kind of my job as a director is to like, what is it that they actually need it to do behind the kind of way that they think they need it to sound. So sometimes I like it when people let me interrupt them so I can just quickly recap and distill something for the actor. Recap. If you take nothing else away from this talk, let it be this slide. Oh, my line, it was perfectly centered this morning. Okay. Anyway, yes, okay, if that still makes sense, explanation good, evocation best, demonstration worst. So work, start with evocation if you can, get into the details if you need, and as a last resort, sometimes there are reasonable reasons for last resorts, demonstrate. Moving on to the Guardian. More like guidelines, right. I've made all of these things sound like very, very intense rules, and you're going to break the immersion of the booth space for the child if you mess up. But the Guardian is still this grown-up element that understands the professional world and grown-up space. Actors aren't just fragile little dandelions most of the time. Certainly in game voiceover, not as many fragile egos. And so if you break some of these rules, the Guardian makes sure that it won't tank the whole session most of the time. So I've given some I've totally given very technical direction. Again, we talked about needing to talk about the sound if you need your characters to sound different so they read as distinct people. That's fine. I've even given line reads, totally have. I just tried to do these other things first. And so my hope is by doing those other things first, filling in the environment and everything else, that the actor trusts me that it's going to be more of the exception than the rule, that I'm still looking for the performance inside of them and inside their instincts. Right, so here we go. This is how you get away with it, getting away with line reads. Back to our parkour bro. So if you give this line read without filling in the environment, the child wonders why, what's happening? Inside them, the child is like, but where's the path? What is all of this other stuff I'm supposed to be visualizing? The read will sound, most of the time, even I've given a line read and then been completely unsurprised when what I hear back is something that sounds stuck or flat. It has no kineticism. This is not parkour. This is a pose. It has no sense of purpose. But if you've already filled in the work, the terrain, the goal, where they're going, what it needs to do, you can ask for a specific stress if it makes the line make more sense. Now that this person is flowing this way, you can say, okay, here, drop your hip, or take the weight in your shoulder. It's going to integrate into everything else that they're doing. It has context. They can kind of internalize it into the rest of their kinesthetic expertise. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So we talked a little bit about budget. So it's not that there are rules and don'ts, but be careful because they cost things. Actors have, just one more time, actors aren't babies. It sounds like I'm protesting too much. But yes, it's more that they have a finite amount of attentional resources, like your player. So where are you directing their attention and their energy? If you divert power to, I might start to mix metaphors here. If you divert power to shields in your ship, You have less for thrusters or immersion and intention. And if you totally don't put anything in thrusters, you're going to stall out. That's when you have a flat read. The Guardian will often pull, the Guardian again, from experience, from insight, from intellect, can pull from their back pocket of tropes and stereotypes and things that they've heard in games before and all kinds of stuff, if you aren't there to provide it for yourself. But it's not the bespoke, kind of specific experience that you might be hoping for your game. So yeah, it takes energy for the Guardian to kind of translate, taking those tropes and feeding it to the child to be like, hey, believe in this. It can do that, but it takes some energy. So don't waste CPUs. This is when the Guardian is working way too hard to engage or protect, God forbid, protect the child. That's a situation, we got into that with the micromanaging, puppeteering, that sense when the actor starts to believe that that the performance doesn't live inside of them, that they have to go finding it somewhere elsewhere and they're not pleasing you or they're not finding it for you. Then the Guardian has to work overtime to tell that child that they're still okay, they should stay in the playpen, stay relaxed, stay playful. They're kind of distracting them and encouraging them and hugging them. There's like so much work that happens when an actor feels unsafe. And it's not, again, not that they're babies, but it's a waste of energy. You're wasting their energy and you're wasting everyone's time. So I'm not a big fan of that like abusive style, as you can tell. Technical direction, directing the Guardian. Again, the Guardian's like, no problem, less breathy? Sure. Why not? I'm not offended. I have to explain this to the kid. It's going to be fine. We're fine. Absolutely. But the kid's like, why? If we know kids, we know they ask why incessantly. They have to know why. And it's fair. It's fair to ask why. It's your job to know why. As a director and as a developer. If the child doesn't have a satisfactory why, either from you or for the Guardian compensating for you, the read lacks ownership. We've just talked about this. So this is the sound of reading or copying. The words will sound like they came from outside of that character, from a page, or from you. So again, much of my job as a director is asking developers to explain why. Usually, ideally in in-game context. Sometimes it comes to you like, the player is right, the player is moving quickly away and it has to sound fast, whatever. I make up a why that I think the child will react to, something that they can play with. So, getting into that, how to augment your technical direction for the Guardian while including the child, if you can. Faster becomes they're chasing you. Your ally is in danger. That is a reason for speed, that you can actually act. Both add meaningful urgency. I use verbs. I like to use verbs, not always, but I like to use verbs in direction, again, not just for them to do as actors, but also as a request. So instead of, I say, the read needs to be less breathy, this is focusing on the result, I'll be like, can we take the breath out? As a question, see what happens. Can I engage you in the process of attempting to take out the breath? That just respects them as craftsmen and says, can you attempt to do this thing instead of, can you make me that? Better, better is finding a child why. Again, this is a bit of association that I hope the actor will follow me with. But folks who are nervous, they lack their breath. It might be more breath. They're reaching for their breath more. Folks who are confident, speaking confidently and fully relaxed, breathing no longer becomes a weird artificial process. It sounds, you hear it less. And again, line reads as a last resort, if you can. This is the end. Oh my God, we did it. Well, yay. Summary. That was all very complicated. Hopefully this is simple. Create a safe, exploratory space for the actor to have agency and ownership of this process, even though they're there for only 4 hours. You can do it. Feed their imagination and give them things to spontaneously and authentically react to, if you can. If the above conditions are met, you can get away with some technical direction, so long as they believe that the performance that you're trying to get is inside of them. Maybe hire a director, I don't know. Honestly, if you just did nothing but take away this talk and have, you can't afford a director and you need to do it yourself, I hope that this helped you and you can have just an appreciation for the process in a way that brings you closer to how your actors, what your actors are experiencing. I think it could be really helpful. And if you can afford a director, maybe you've gotten a sense of what some of this art and skill involves and what that active translation is between developer and actor. And so, yeah, if you learn now how to hire directors, what to look for and what they should be doing and what the effect should have, should be having on your actor, that would also be valuable. So hopefully you've taken one of these things away from this. Thank you so much. Hit me with your hot cues.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was incredibly useful.
Oh, good.
So we're going a little bit into lunch now, but we can take a couple of quick questions. But I think, Sarah, you'll be around during lunch if anyone needs to grab you.
Hello. This was much more useful than I initially thought, so thank you very much for that. As a person who is not directly working with actors or anything, but still now going into more general game direction, so from that standpoint. And my question is mostly, in this case, it's a lot about, you were talking a lot about more like humans talking to each other and stuff, but what do you think of cases where it's, for example, creatures or games where there is no specific speech but still needs to be some acting done for the to show the character of the creatures, for example, or things like that, like how to direct in those type of cases?
I love directing creature sessions. I got to do, for Fortnite, I got to direct D. Bradley Baker, who's like a legend. He's like the creature guy, and he's a genius. And he's an actor. He's famous for doing creatures, but he will ask you character-based questions. I mean, the secret is that if you want your player to have a human reaction to something, even if it's not a human being, you need to create a human associative, kind of like a human-like psychology, and that will connect you to them. If what you want is to connect empathetically to that animal, creature, whatever. So I work with D like any other actor. Just because the words are different or he's speaking gibberish, it's still acting stuff. I'm like, hey, this is your attitude, this is your mood, this is your goal, all that other stuff. It's the same. And it's the same when I've directed across languages that I don't understand. And obviously it would be way better if I did. I could be a little more precise. But we can appreciate acting in foreign languages with subtitles and whatever. So that is the same kind of fundamental instinctive human connection response. So I can understand the intention of an actor when they're speaking in a different language. I can understand the mood, the energy that they give me. And so I can reflect that back to them in the form of direction. So it's the same tools, even if they're not English words or even real language.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Right, I'm afraid this will need to be the
I'm
last
so
one, so we've just got a
sorry.
quick...
I timed it. It was like 40 minutes. What happened? Okay.
Hi, I want to
Hello.
say it's a lovely talk. And
Thanks.
I'm just wondering, you're a voice director, and how much detail do you get from the characters, from the developers? When, like, are you making the character, or are they like, they have the picture, or do you have the picture? How is it intended?
Usually I'm not at the point of character creation with them in part of that process. So they will provide me with character art. Oh my God, I didn't even talk about character art. Show them character art. Ugh, do that. Part of their visualizing, very key. So they will provide me with the character, art and description. Sometimes it happens in the session, and I'm making very gut sort of instinct reactions to that, and then responding to what the actor is giving me, because they already liked, presumably, if I wasn't involved in casting, the developer liked something about that actor's audition, so I'll kind of also tend to trust what they're giving me. But because I don't tend to get scripts as far in advance as I would like, and I'm used to it as an actor, a lot of it's very reactive and on the fly. Okay. But I'm always checking, especially for the top of a session. I might turn to my developers more frequently than later in a session, because I'm still asking and paddling myself and the actor towards what they need, and then eventually we'll start to pick up speed when I think I really got it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Brilliant, thank you. I mean, this is a perspective we really don't get to hear usually at conferences, so it's incredibly useful, and thank you so much,
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to go to lunch now, and just a reminder to pick up your T-shirts if you haven't done so already, and to register for the Mentor Cafe if you like to. So be back at 1 o'clock for our panel session, and a great wrap up to the day.
focus on publishing.
Hello. Thank you for having me again. Very nice to be here. I would always love to see you guys, but the light, of course, makes me shine in some way. I'll try to elaborate a bit on the investment side. My name is Erlen Waller, and I come from Startup Lab. And Startup Lab is a tech incubator, so we mostly work with tech companies, but we're also kind of like dipping our toes into the gaming industry, and I've done some of our first investments also in gaming, and it's a very interesting area. I'm probably the most unexperienced here regarding gaming. I have some kids who are really into it, but I never kind of like got into it myself. I am a banker of education and background, but found startups and the initiatives and the amazing work creative people do to try to solve something new is really interesting. So 4 years ago, I was part of starting Startup Lab in Bergen. So we started in 2012, but we've been in Bergen since 2019. And I have the pleasure to try to help startups find a way into the commercial part of it, which is trying to find out where is the cash, and that is what we investors also kind of look for. Where is the cash at the end of the game? How are you going to return our investment in a way that makes us in a position to make new investments? And that is the part of how we work day to day. So anybody interested also in tech, in building tech companies? Happy to talk to you afterwards.
Okay, great. Well, I'm aware that you've had an amazing day of talks from anatomists and animators and designers, and so maybe this is an aspect of games development that you're less familiar with, or maybe less trustworthy. So as a show of hands, who here trusts publishers?
Please raise your hand.
Okay, well, let's flip that. Who here doesn't trust publishers? Okay. There's a few of you. So maybe in the media, that publishers have got a bit of a bad rap. Maybe we only really hear about what publishers do when things go wrong. But just to enlighten us, what do publishers do? What do publishers offer? You know, burgeoning indie startups or even AAA studios. What are the kind of services or value can publishers bring to a lot of the people here in the audience?
A very common misconception is that publishers are money,
right,
which they can be, but not necessarily. Publishers are a bit like developers. Developers bring their creativity, programming, art skills, creation, etc. And publishers bring another kind of expertise in marketing, PR, trade, community management, trailers, playtest, QA, certification, release management, a lot of things. So it's just another kind of expertise, and you can sign with a publisher without any money input from the publisher, or you can sign with a publisher with money input, but it's not 100% necessarily. So it's just another set of expertise helping you bringing the game out there on different platforms, on different territories, because sometimes, yeah, it's pretty easy to put your game on Steam, but how to negotiate a deal with Epic Game Store, with Microsoft Game Pass, with Nintendo Japan, Nintendo US, Nintendo Europe, this specific store in Brazil where your game had some traction, how to do currency conversion, to get the right price on the different territories, how to program at the right time, price sales, a lot of useful things for your game.
That was very comprehensive. Thank you. So basically a whole load of services that either folks in the audience could maybe do in-house, but maybe wouldn't have the time, or a complement of different services that they may not necessarily have the experience or resources to do themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, it's the experience that publishers bring to the table to be able to get your games out. Because ultimately, you want your people, want your fan base to actually play the games that you make. And with the burgeoning market, of course, the consoles are absolutely there. You want to have the games on there, Switch, so on and so forth, and of course anything else that comes by. Even if you're into VR, you're going to put your stuff on the MetaQuest, and that's another aspect of potential. How can we put this? Just red tape that you need to go around, because those I guess certification processes are completely different in comparison to what you would do if you brought the game out to, let's say, Switch, the Microsoft platforms, et cetera, et cetera. And then even when you're thinking about Game Pass. That could be another whole situation as well too. But the publishers have those connections to be able to make those decisions for you, well, help you make the right decisions for your game.
Okay, great. So that all sounds super valuable. But with investors, that's a different kind of relationship or scenario. So Erlen, from your perspective, what do you think investors do or can offer either game startups or game software startups or just tech companies in general? What is the value to a relationship with an investor?
I think I was into an important point in the start where our game is kind of like we ask for money from other investors to invest in early stage startups, and then somehow we need to get that back. So we need to find a way to understand how can this game or how can this company actually return this investment in some way. So we do an analysis pretty early, and for our part, we're very interested in kind of like the team. We need to see a diverse team. That's really important, and it's not just gender. It's the whole team, how it's put together, how you actually work on it. What competence do you have? If it's just a load of developers and there's no kind of commercial part of this company, we'll be like, okay, there's something missing in it. So the diversity of the team is probably the main focus. And as we are a tech incubator, of course, the tech part is really important, and especially in the gaming, of course, you cannot build a game without understanding how you're going to build the tech. So that will be very essential part of our kind of like due deal or how we look for an investment. So the team, the diversity, and also the tech part is really important. And then trying to understand, okay, what are the mechanisms that are actually going to make this a success? Okay, how good do you actually understand who is your audience? And in gaming, it's probably even harder to find, okay, who are the individuals that are gonna want to play this game? Are they guy 43, as myself, never touched the gaming? Probably not. How can you kind of like reach this market and understand the probability of success? And that's kind of the main factors for our part.
Right. So in comparison to what maybe publishers nowadays offer, is an investor there just to provide money and like financial investment? Should people expect any greater support in terms of mentorship or resources or connections? What kind of role do you see investors playing with game studios?
I think investors I think you should pick your investors that actually can put something more than just money into it. So if you kind of like end up with just money, that's a bad investor. That goes for all types of investments, if it's tech companies or if it's different. You have to find the ones that either can open doors, who has some kind of network where they can make your introductions better, in some way, kind of get you into places where you wouldn't be otherwise. How can they help you in the next level? Can they follow up? Do they have a network of investors that can follow up? So building a company, if it's a game company or a tech company, it's a long run, and you have to kind of be foresighted. You have to look forward to see, okay, if I'm going to be a success, I need a publisher, of course, but I also need other door-opening individuals, if it's investors, if it's mentors, and you should be pretty picky, because building a company is really hard. It's really, really hard. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. And you have to be pretty good at putting together your own team, but also your own set of advisors. And some of them are publishers, and some of them are investors. And it's only the best ones that actually manage to do that.
So you mentioned team a couple of times, and diversity of team. For investors and publishers, is it all about the product? To what degree does the team matter?
No, it's extremely important, because especially as publishers, generally we're not here for a one-time off and like one big hit with a game. We're here to build relationship over the years with 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, etc. At Focus, we are lucky enough to have studios from Sumo, from Asobo, from Dontnod, with whom we worked for on 2, 3, 5, even 7 games. So the good thing is that it means they're happy working with us, but it's also means that we need to check the team's consistency, the relationship, because it's like in a couple, you're going to work with them, you're going to be with them for many years. So the human touch, like how good you get along with them and how good they get along with you, is very important. Not only on diversity, but also on how the team dynamic works, meaning if they put a game together and you work with them, and if 3 months after the game release, they split, that's an issue for us as publisher. So we need to have
it's not just about single point of contact, that CEO, that founder. How deeply do you need to investigate like the robustness of the team and the skill and knowledge within that team, would you say?
We do due diligence, and as developers should do due diligence on publishers as well. We do due diligence on exactly that, how the team works, its dynamic, how on social network, if there is no like offensive things put on, maybe a dying social network with a bluebird or stuff like that. Yeah, it's very important because it's important they do the same on our end as well. The image of one will impact the image of the other, and in the end impact the game's image. And the game, it's not only myself or the game CEO, etc. It's entire teams from both ends. So we don't want anyone from these teams to be impacted negatively by 1 or 2 people from publishers or developers and by comments or team dynamic. So yeah, it's game, team, budget, time, and quality.
So what happens hypothetically if we had a very high-profile rapper who had a lot of money and was very celebrity kind of profile and had $1 billion idea, but he'd started tweeting a lot of strange stuff? Is there a temptation to like run with it? Like, how would you balance it? This is brilliant, amazing idea, like this very famous figurehead, but with the penchants to maybe tweet some very strange or possibly offensive, potentially offensive messages. Like, would you dally with that possibility?
Not even a hypothetical. Definitely not. Because like you said, I mean, the image is everything. And the moment you kind of associate with that, people will hop onto it immediately. And that is a problem that nobody wants, and I feel bad for like the marketing teams that have to deal with all that stuff as well too. So like you said, everything that we try to, I guess, look for is hopefully, ideally, a reflection of what we want to be able to provide the gaming industry.
Right.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to looking for, I mean, that's a big question already. Maybe it's very dependent on publishers. In general, what are publishers and investors looking for then?
I think it depends on each publisher. Some publishers have very established editorial or portfolio, like Annapurna, for example, is doing very Hollywood-based, narrative-focused games. On our end, we're doing mid-core to hardcore, dark and gritty, action, adventure, FPS, and RPG and simulation games. We're not doing pixel art, 2D, casual arcade, etc. It's not because we don't like it, it's because it's not our expertise. So as publishers, we want to provide the best of our expertise to developers. So it's something we're not the experts in, we're not going to try looking for them as games.
And on that note as well too, it's very important for when you are planning to pitch a game to a publisher, ensure that publisher does match what you're trying to go for. I mean, we'll look at games regardless, but we only have so much time in the day to be able to look at everything. And so it's important that we are able to find the right stuff for, like you said, our expertise. And of course, to not waste your time, and please do that. Due diligence needs to be done on both ends, basically.
So it's kind of like maybe when you're applying for a job, you've got to tailor your CV for the right place. And if you're targeting a publisher, you've got to try and do your homework on those. Do you think it's worth trying to tailor your game design and put all of your kind of your hopes into one publisher?
You should always have multiple options, just like with anything. And I think Catherine had a really good point when she was showing off her animation portfolio. Take off the stuff that does not, really make sense. And at the same time, also don't have your weakest bit in there because we'll immediately look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't show your hand in that sense. It's very much a poker game if you want to think about it.
Yeah, okay, great. And for investors, again, is it very much focused on that individual, that group of like what is their particular their niche or what are they really hot on, what are they really interested in? Do you need to research them, or is it a case of trying to bridge some kind of gap, trying to introduce some new technology or opportunity to them?
Well, I think we kind of like the way we de-risk kind of the investment side is to make sure that there are multiple ownership in the company. So the team has to be diverse, and so you have to kind of like identify what kind of competence do you actually have to make a success. And then we kind of make sure that those individuals that have the competence actually own the shares in the company. And that is kind of because, as I said, building a company is a 10-year. It's a short-term marriage for like 10 years. You're going to live together basically for the 10 years. You're going to work day and night for 10 years. There's got to be a team spirit, and they have to make sure that they convince us that this is a joint team vision. And then we kind of like de-risk it with making sure that, okay, this individual is important, this is important, and this is important. And they're part of the ownership, and they're going to make sure that this ends up being a success.
Right.
And then we do our own analysis, of course, of the market and of how they understand it and what their projections are. But in such an early stage as we invest, it's impossible to, and especially in gaming, it's very difficult in the beginning, because you never know if it's a success before you've used millions of kroners to develop the game, and it's like, is the market interested or not? But so in the very early stage, it's kind of like trying to de-risk and challenge each founder to understand the dynamics of the way going forward.
Right. Okay, well, just looking out again in the audience, I assume there must be quite a few students here. Who here has done a game jam, as a show of hands? Oh, wow, awesome, great, that's awesome. And who here's worked on like a group project that they've produced a game, vertical slice or something within 12 weeks? A few of you? Awesome. Okay, so that might be the seed of maybe starting up. Now comes the more interesting way. Who here is considering starting their own game studio, either now or in future? Awesome.
A lot of hands. Well done.
Great. So potentially some of you have got a great game demo or great idea. Or maybe you're just in the design stages, which probably brings to mind the question of, well, what is the good time to approach a publisher? Is it when you have a design concept? Is it when you have a working demo? Is it when you have a vertical slice that is fairly well developed? Like, what is the optimal time to reach out and go to these events?
The earliest, the better, at least to start networking and making you known as a studio. Even if you don't have a build, you don't have a demo, you don't have a prototype, even if you don't have sometimes a pitch deck, just getting us to know you, who is the team behind it, where you're coming from, and saying hi, exchanging a few words, networking the first step, then pitch deck. So pitch deck is important, not only because of like it's a tradition, but because pitch decks means that you already thought through and structured your game ID. Within boundaries of what is expected into a pitch deck. So it's already like a maturity check on how well you can do a pitch deck. And then pitch deck is the first thing. Some publishers or investments just need a pitch deck to start investing and doing like prototype funding or things like that. The majority of publishers, they need at least to have a prototype. Some need to have a vertical slide, which is way further into the production. But yeah, pitch deck, networking, pitch deck, prototype, vertical slice.
Oh. Any difference of opinion? Or?
No, absolutely not. I mean,
you're fairly flexible.
Yeah, having worked on pitches for publishers and also vice versa, looking at pitches as well too. As Sumo Group does have a publishing arm in Secret Mode, we obviously looking at indie games. We've seen pitches come in at pretty much all points of the development, from that early stage where a nascent idea might be actually really amazing and you have a game in a frame and it's like, look, we can see this game with our roster. And there also have come after they've actually released the game as well too. Sometimes you can go to publishers and see if there's a fit and potentially help push out that visibility a bit more as well too.
Right. But say for maybe some of our folks in the audience, if they are fairly early in the games industry, maybe they don't have that reputation, credibility. Do you think that they should not feel reticent about presenting themselves early?
No.
Do they need to develop more of the game, or?
I mean, that also builds that networking, the business development aspect as well too. So the fact that you guys are here, or y'all are here, I think that's a great first step more than anything else. And I mean, I've seen lots of people talk to the speakers and everything like that. So just again, that seed of being able to present yourself, present your idea, that all comes from places like this. So the earlier the better. Again, like Iz was saying, you don't necessarily have to have the pitch deck, but you can just talk about ideas, and that helps you start brainstorming other things as well. To say, oh, actually, maybe I should put this in whatever potential pitch deck that I have.
So the pitch deck sounds very important, presumably to both publishers and investors. What are you looking for in a pitch deck? Like, what is the structure or the content that is really going to pique your interest or prove that there's some seed of interest of that?
Well, outside of like the vision, you have certain pillars as well too, and of course the fact that you are targeting it to a specific audience, you also want to have that data behind that as well too. If you're doing comparative markets and whatnot, where does your game sit? If we don't see that, think things in that direction, that lets us know that you haven't taken it that far in regards to the research.
Yeah, there are a lot of free examples of successful pitch deck out there from the Backbird team. Rofery put some example of pitch decks, Tiny Build, etc. So looking out pitch deck examples, you're going to find a lot of them. I think, someone mentioned another resources yesterday with free pitch deck examples. But yeah, basically it's transferring your game vision and structure and how you as a team will deliver it under a certain budget, under a certain timeline, and how relevant it is for the market. If you're pitching after Slay the Spire, it's been a few years now, another roguelite deck builder, it will have to be astonishingly unique because there are like tons and tons of roguelite deck building games after the Slay the Spire. So it's extremely difficult now to be unique and to be sufficiently differentiating. Same goes for Battle Royale game or etc. like dying trends or slowing trends.
Games like Hades. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, this game's like Hades."
Yeah.
And you really?
Yeah.
Is it really like Hades? Because it's a high bar that they set over there. But yeah.
And very important thing about the team. A team of young game designers, producers, etc. First game, first studio, but they work together as a team at university, high school, etc. for 5-7 years. Probably way more better team dynamic than a team of veterans coming from different studios with a lot of ego and very costly, very expensive. So from our perspective, sometimes young, functioning team with a good dynamic, with years of experience working together, is sometimes way better than old bunch like me with a lot of
Okay, well, that's great. You guys should definitely try that.
Well done.
Awesome. So the pitch is not just about pitching a concept and the creative. You do need to try and assess the market and where does this game sit within the market and maybe within that publisher's portfolio. But for an investor, how does that differ? What are you looking for in terms of structure and content for a really good pitch deck?
I think a lot of the criteria are pretty similar in many ways because at the end, it's the end product. It's a success when the publisher also has been able to put into all of it what needs to make a good game. So for investors, it's to understand, and especially probably for gaming investors, and we're pretty early in here, so we've only done 2-3 investments in gaming, so I cannot kind of like put a very defined way of thinking from our part yet, but we're kind of like using what we've learned from the tech industry, also meeting the gaming industry. And so I think a lot of criteria will be the same, but I think also that regarding kind of like contact, I think it's what we're always looking at, both publishers and also the investors, is okay, what is the what have you done since last time we talked? And that's often where I see people fail, because they come back and they kind of like tend to tell the same story which they did before. So come early, both to the publishers, but also to us to talk, to give an insight, okay, what are you planning, what are you building? But make sure you remember what you said the first time, and then bring something new to the table. Because if you don't, it's like, okay, you're moving slowly, and that's a problem. So you have to move fast with little. That's the most important thing for investor. You have to be able to do a lot within every time we meet. And if we don't see that, we will hold our horses, and we will not give you good introductions to other investors also. And in the investment side, it's also important to understand what kind of area they do invest. Is it pre-seed, seed, or Series A? Where is their main focus? That's very important, because don't waste the time of someone who's actually looking for Series A or seed if you're in a very early stage in your development. So make sure you also do your homework regarding who you actually contact regarding investments.
Cool. So I think one thing that a lot of people struggle with is whether they're freelancer or whether they're businesses, the financials. And if we're going to try and estimate how much a game cost or business is going to perform in terms of like cash flow forecast and projections, particularly straight out of university, like what do you recommend? What are you looking for? Is this just like, stick a finger in the air and guess a number?
You mean for game publishing? No, first, producers are important. So even if you don't have one in the team, try to find one to support you. There are some freelance producers, and Des, who was here, would strongly emphasize that. But yeah, producers can help you on assessing your game's budget, even if you don't have the expertise internally. Also, don't hesitate to reach out to other fellow devs. It's pretty, despite some examples, it's pretty like welcoming and supporting industry. So there are a lot of Discord community resources to get support and advice from other developers, studios, even publishers who can help you on tailoring your budget the right way. And mostly it's not like, if there's a small mistake or it's not only on that you will be judged during your pitch deck. Of course, if you're doing a 2D pixel art on Game Maker and you're asking for 500 millions, then yes, that's an issue. But if it's like a small mistake or not like entirely tailored, it's not. We're looking for games, great ideas for games, content, gameplay, game design first. So that's part of our job also to help you achieving the right budget. So it's not entirely an issue.
Right. But, I mean, in terms of ballpark, in terms of like very small one-man indie game versus some kind of like a medium-sized indie game to maybe a larger game that you would hope to be a breakout hit, do you have like a ballpark figure of like what people should be aiming for in terms of budgets? Or what you would expect, what a sensible kind of guesstimate would be?
That really depends, doesn't it? It can depend the type of game. It could depend on whether or not there's multiplayer involved, and that throws in another wrench into the system. So there are so many variables involved with that. So it's hard to say. I mean, sure, there are levels like, well, if it's an indie game, if it's like under $1 million, that sounds reasonable in the grand scheme of things, but of course you do need to back it up if it's getting closer to the 7 digits. But yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily there are like, I guess, halo ballparks, but it's something that we don't necessarily kind of are grounded in.
Right, but no, I mean, cheapest is not necessarily what you're looking for, is it?
No. That's one common mistake from developers pitching to publishers. They are afraid of asking big numbers, so they underpay themselves, they lower too much the budget, thinking, oh, the publisher is going to be happy. No, we're not going to be happy. We want you to, again, on the long-term relationship, we want you to have like a good salary and to be happy to work at the studio, not do crunch, so have good working condition. So don't underpay yourself, don't underestimate the timeline and put some too much into your milestone to do crunch, hoping that it will cost less. No. Sometimes publishers ask to raise the budget because, yeah, we see quality in your game, so sometimes we want to go even above and beyond, and we're going to increase the budget with you so that to give you the full means to get the best game possible. So underpaying yourself, under-evaluating is probably one of the largest mistake.
It brings up more questions than it does answers.
Yeah. So I suppose really what publishers are trying to do is achieve the maximum potential for the game and the team, which is great to hear. But in terms of investment, when you look, maybe you look at financials, what are you looking for in terms of realism or ambitious growth?
Well, of course, we want to see. For our part, we're a very early stage investor, so we go in and take a risk very early. So at that point, it's almost impossible to understand what are the potentials here. But we do ask the founders anyhow to kind of like to do the job of projecting kind of like the budget and how many parts is it, and how many times will you have to pick up investments going forward. So it's an important part of it. When you're going more to seed investments, then you're closer to kind of like the revenue part of it, and you want to see more traction. You want to see maybe they have launched as a first part of the game, and what are the reactions of the market. So we're always looking for how can we see the effect of the product on the market. And we work a lot with the founders to kind of like to understand who is the market or who is the customer, who is the end customer. That's the easiest part of building a company is building the product. The hardest part is getting paid for it. And that is always the hardest part in every kind of company that is built is getting paid for what you actually made. And the earlier kind of you work with that kind of theme, it's the easier it is to get publishers, investors, and mentors, because then you really understand the dimensions.
Okay, great. So in terms of when people are delivering pitches, on the flip side, are there any red flags that you look out for? Like what should people not do?
Don't make the entire pitch just all text. I mean, it's a game, and we see the games. I mean, sure, like they're text-based games, but in reality, you want to be short and succinct. We only have so much time to look at these things. One of the things that I like to tell people building pitches, especially when they're early in the stages as well, too, is when you are trying to come up with the idea within our heads, what this game could be, a game in a frame is a great way to give us that vision of what you want to do. It may not be perfect. You can even have like gray box versions of what you're doing, but it gives us an idea of what to expect. Whereas, sometimes we get pitches where it says like, well, this game will look like Stardew Valley, but plays like Doom, and it's like, show me how that works, right? That would be awesome to see, by the way. But the best, or at least the ones that catch our eye, are the ones that give us those visuals within the pitch. So we need to see how the game works.
So when you say game in a frame, do you mean like a prototype?
Not necessarily. If you're not that far in development as well too, but you have an idea of what the game looks like on the screen, find a way to get that onto a picture.
Any other red flags, Yves?
Too much lore dump.
Too much lore, right? Okay.
Yeah. Like starting your pitch deck. So first thing. On the pitch deck, first, please put your contacts, because very often you will receive pitch decks out of nowhere, etc., with anonymous email address or email address not working, and there is no way to get back to you if we're interested. So please put your email contact somewhere. Not too much text. No lore dump, like starting your pitch deck with it's a story of 3,000 years ago, this sorcerer, etc.
In a world.
That's not what we're looking. We're looking for gameplay, game design, etc. First, being wrong on you can be wrong on the budget in a tiny way, but being wrong on the competition mapping and benchmark, and being over ambitious, like we're a team of two, and we're making the next Elden Ring. Probably not really realistic.
Those have been out there.
Being very realistic on who your competition is in terms of pricing, success. Don't always put like only successful games within your competition, but having like one successful and being able to explain why this game was successful, and one average and one that didn't succeed, and being able to explain why you're going to do better than the one that succeeded. Yeah.
So why include one that didn't quite hit the market? Is that I guess some people might be afraid of if they show games within that genre that you're aiming for, that might indicate that that genre is dead or it's not very attractive? Like, what's the advantage of including a...
It's being transparent, and that's
Right.
what we want to build the relationship on. So if from the very start you say, yeah, there's a risk. Yes, that's our job as publishers and investors to know that there is a risk. So we know that some games, if they would have been a recipe of 100% ensured success, then we would be useless first. So we know there's a risk. We know there are failed games. There were great games, great publishers, but something happened, like a COVID, like a war, like something, which are out of our hands as publishers, out of your hands as studio. So something can happen even with great games. So it's first just transparency and also managing the expectation of how bad it can go, even with a good game, but how high it can go also. And yeah, it's part of building the trust and relationship first.
Right.
Realism is important to kind of make sure that we understand the whole picture. And I think I totally agree with the team very early in the pitch deck. That is the main. That is the product you're kind of like buying into. It's the team put together. But maybe before that, the vision, as you were to try to as early as possible to kind of like help us end up where this could shine. Where is the end goal, and in a very easy way without a lot of text. So text is the worst. Do not put a lot of text in it because we're not going to read it. So make sure that you can visualize it. Your kind of like your vision in a very easy way, very early. I think that's kind of like the main points. And budgets at that point always will be, yeah, you will miss out on it. But if you miss out on understanding the market, and if you cannot have good answers on why you position the game where you mean, then that's a red flag.
And a great way to kind of sort of have exercises to help build that vision quickly, especially like making elevator pitches is one way to do it. Also, potentially creating an ad for your game as well, too. How do you see yourself advertising the game to others? What do you think this game has that will make it stand out? And that actually helps build a pitch as well, too.
That's
pitch
great
deck, yeah.
advice. So I think you also mentioned a few games like Elden Ring and Hades, and maybe people see these trends and they, I really love that game. I want to jump on it and make my next game jam or my next student project based on that. Like, do you think it's okay to follow those trends? Is there a danger in doing that if a game takes 2-3 years? Or is that something that's very attractive? People like that game and want to see more.
Yeah, but comparing yourself, especially when you're a new studio, with an established IP for over 15 years, with hundreds of millions of budget, that's not being realistic.
No.
Because unless you already established an IP for over a decade and have hundreds of millions, you're not from software.
Right.
So you can use Elden Ring example or Souls-like example to explain some combat mechanics eventually, but not on the competition mapping, because you don't have the same means and background.
But maybe even technologically, like things like NFTs and blockchain, that's the whole new, people get very excited about these things and try and shoehorn it in. Is that something that people should try and chase in terms of game design?
I would say it's back on realism and knowing your markets, given the trends of NFT and blockchain right now. So that would be a red flag directly as well.
Right. Well, that's really great advice, and I'm aware that we've talked a lot so far, and potentially because so many of you very eagerly demonstrate that you've made games and potentially interested in starting up your own company and possibly pitching to publishers. I'd like to open this up to you guys. Have you guys got any burning questions about publishers that you've always wanted to ask? So if we can raise the light a little bit. Okay, we've got a gentleman at the front coming forward.
One.
Hey, brave starter.
Hi.
Two. Excellent.
I'm wondering what are the boundaries in a duration of a pitch, and how much energy should the pitcher bring into the presentation?
Oh, if let's say you're talking directly versus actually just sending a pitch for us to initially take a look at. Yeah. I mean, you just show us that energy, and obviously that energy should reflect the energy you want to put into the game. Sure, we get the occasional pitches where it's like, well, it's a bit too much, calm down. But yeah, I think somebody had great advice in our last talk, or the Konsoll Connect, and they said, don't be a dick. And I think that's universal in general. And that definitely applies to, doing in-face pitches and whatnot. Because we've seen a lot, and we definitely know all the tells of like when things start going south and everything. So yeah, bring that energy, bring that enthusiasm. It definitely is important because that lets us know that you actually care about the project.
I think on that note also, you said elevator pitch, which is, I think the most important isn't necessarily the energy you put into it. Of course, that would also up the game, but to work really with the words you use in your pitch are probably the most. If you got to try to say your pitch in like one sentence, you got to really put together a work to understand, because you will sometimes you will meet someone in a conference like this or somewhere else, and you probably only get that 1 minute to tell your pitch, and you gotta make some kind of interest. You gotta blow my mind. Wow, that's what you're doing, and when you kind of got the interest, you can bring on the whole pitch deck, and you can kind of like put us through all the details. But make sure that also in the main pitch deck you have these catchy kind of like phrase that this is what I'm building. And work with it, because there's always a better way to kind of like phrase it that really catches the interest of people, and just iterate on it, try it out, test it on colleagues, on friends, on family. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Test it on publishers and investors, and you will get feedback. Okay, this takes me directly to your end vision. I understand you. Because this is communications. You have to kind of like, you have to make us understand what you're going to build.
In terms of length, so generally if you have like official meetings with publishers during Meet to Match or Konsoll or etc., it's generally timed to 20 or 30 minutes. Since PowerPoint pitch decks, it's one slide equals 1 minute. To give us sufficient time to ask questions, then it gives you a hint of how many pages your pitch deck should be, to allow feedbacks and questions from publishers.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was your name?
Trond.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Great.
It does.
So,
Awesome.
so keep economical, practice your elevator pitch, and I suppose bring some personality to
Absolutely.
that relates to the game as well.
Yeah.
Great.
Also have multiple pitches with different lengths. I think that's very important too, because you won't necessarily have 30 minutes every single time as well too.
And just a little note, make sure that all the team members can pitch. Because there's a big mistake. Always there's the CEO or the kind of like the founder or the main person. They always make pitch. But make sure all of the team members can do pitch, because you never know when you need to pitch. And there's always opportunities. So make sure everyone knows to pitch.
Great advice. Okay. Next question. What's your name as well?
My name is Jørgen.
Jørgen.
So for this question, I first need a little prefix of information. So you three gentlemen have known like startup with games for a long period of time. How much roughly?
Are you talking about just
just how long time you kind of like been in that
Oh,
business
right,
experience?
yeah. I mean, professionally, 11 years. Yeah, now that I think about it, it's a long time. But you've been in longer than I have, so.
So over 25 years, but not as a publisher.
Yeah.
I started basically like you in MUDs, and then.
These are experts. I'm a newbie, so I've been in banking for 13 years, and then I've been working with tech startups for the last 5 years. We've done our first investments in gaming the last 2 years, so that's not that far.
Yeah, so that was going to be like my follow-up question, because like Startup Lab is kind of like sticking out as in comparison, but there is like a lot of experience with tech. So Startup Lab has now started to like deal with game startups, which is kind of a different field. I wanted to know, what is the experience of like difference, struggles, and how like is the impression of the games startups so far?
Well, we're very early, and that's kind of the hard part, because building a company is a 10-year project. So we've done our first investments this year and the start of last year. So it's a very early stage to kind of like to be able to give you some kind of history on it. So if you ask me in 3-4 years, we might be able to elaborate a bit on the experience of investments in the gaming. It's difficult because you don't know if it's a success before actually the game is out there and you see the end story. So it's pretty hard. So we're very ydmyk humble going into this kind of part, and we're not sure where this will end up, but there's so much interesting happening around it, and we're also doing a bit investments on companies that are touching into the gaming industry. So we have Osirion, which is doing training tech for gamers to help them actually pinpoint and be better as gamers, and kind of like help gamers up their game. And we also have a company called GameFlow, who is more esports, a place to watch esports, also helping to see how can the industry start monetizing more, because there's so many people in the industry, but there are difficulties with monetizing for the teams and for the game producers. So there's a lot of stuff happening there. Norway is a small country. Startup Lab is a small investor, so we're just trying to see if we can do some interesting investments, and then we're going to, I think, learn a lot going forward.
So taking away volatility, kind of making it stable?
Yeah, we're trying to. I think the essence of it is we're kind of trying to learn more about the industry by doing multiple investments, both in game producers, but also in companies touching into the gaming industry, to try to understand. And in that sense, we're kind of de-risking it with having multiple companies doing different type of initiatives into the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Ronan, and I wanted to ask, in what conditions would you say you would advise people against dealing with a publisher and likewise an investor?
That's a good, interesting question.
First, what is your project? Is that making a game or making a studio? Because in these two, maybe if your project is long-term studio, maybe signing your first game with a publisher will give you the know-how, the expertise, the visibility, so that on the second game, maybe you will have internalized that expertise and then don't need a publisher. So if your project is more a studio, then I would say it depends, because publishers would be useful at the start and maybe less if you internalize everything. If it's just a game, then you want to give the best chance to your game, so probably I would advise signing with a publisher. One very important thing, as publishers, due diligence on your studio, do the same on publishers. So check out which games and studios they signed before, and don't hesitate to reach out to the studio to say, okay, how did it went? Were you useful? What worked? What didn't work? Etc.
Also get a lawyer before you sign a contract. It's very important. But yeah, I think a good, tell as well too, in terms of like, well, maybe this isn't going the right direction, is that transparency with the publisher. I'm not, not naming names or anything, but there have been times where the communication absolutely just falls flat, and you may feel like you still need to be on the hook, simply because you've gone after a certain part of the development. But I think, of course, that's where legal resource comes in. But when that, that communication starts breaking down, obviously that is a great time to really look at those options of potentially pulling away and seeing what else is out there. Nobody wants that in terms of like that communication, but it can happen.
Yeah, I think it's a lot the same for the investor side. Do the due diligence on the investors also. Talk around, make sure you understand what are how do they work, what kind of network do they have. This is also be very sure of the time you pick up some cash from an investor, you kind of lose some control of the company. You will still control the company, but you still have promised to deliver something so that someone will get their money back. And there will be pressure there if you're not able to convince them over that. So that's also to be very to make sure that you understand that also when you accept the investments, but make sure you talk around to understand the investor side also.
Yeah, to elaborate on that as well, I was thinking about startups that may not want investment at all. So, or under what conditions a startup or a game studio might say.
So how about, even if there was a game that was a viral hit, very early release and it was already demonstrating like a lot of growth, Is that what you mean? You know, it's already got organic
For
growth.
example, I was sort of curious of the use cases or sort of situations where a game studio or a tech company might say, we don't want investment. You know, when would it make sense to say, does every company need investment?
No, it depends. If you need cash to get to the market, you will either have to have them yourself or you have to get them from someone else. And in that case, there will be investors there saying, "Okay, I will give you the cash if you can convince me that there is a market there, or there is some way of getting to the market." But if the company can develop the product themselves without cash, of course, that's fantastic for the founders, and we have examples of those type of founders also, and that's amazing. But for most founders, they need cash and they need the financial help from someone outside, and they will kind of want to see where you're going and understand. Yeah.
But there are also different types of investment, like angel investors, where that may be. You know, that concern about people holding equity for too long, maybe that would be less of a concern if you can find people, friends, family, people who have wealth that might be willing to share that with you.
Yeah, but that's also very important to look at who are the investors in the company and what do they actually bring to the table. So in an early stage angel stage, you might have some family and friends. But of course, going forward, they will not be able to help you any more than with the early cash. And they will not either help you with opening doors or being a network. So back to the whole planning of your whole trip, you have to understand how much cash do you think you need to get there, and you put on 25% or something to make sure that, okay, this is kind of, at least I need this. It's always more expensive than you think because you always do something wrong going forward and you have to go back. And try to kind of draw out, okay, how many times do I have to pick up the cash and how much of the company do I actually have to leave? And you know if you're going to go to Series A or especially seed, the investors will demand that the founders own pretty much of the company. And if they don't own enough of the company, they won't invest because you don't have enough skin in the game. And if you don't have skin in the game, I'm not going to put money on you.
Okay. So I think we've got time for one last question.
Hi, hello.
Howdy.
I'm Bartosz. I'm in my final third year of my bachelor in game design currently. And I was just wondering, because you've discussed a lot about what you as investors bring to the table and what you expect from us. But as we've seen from the show of hands we did at the previous, at the start of the talk, there's a lot of skepticism about investors from our side. So are there any tricks or tips that you would have to young and inexperienced developers like myself to basically just not get ripped off? So like revenue splits and the money, just so we feel a little bit safer about actually making deals with that.
Yeah, the one thing, it's a bit like planes or trains. You always hear about the one crashing, but out of the number of planes and trains, etc., basically it's very safe. So publishers, it's a bit like that. You always hear of one or two out of the numerous publishing deals since the last 30 years that went bad, but it's a tiny portion, and generally the names are well known. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, like I was saying, always check with the studio who signed with the publishers. See how their games performed. That's the best way to see how the studio is being treated by the publisher, how the publisher is handling well the games by the studio. And it's pretty open, and even the publisher sometimes can say, oh, go talk to them, it went really well, go talk to them, we had some issues, but managed to solve it. Even publishers can give you.
And talk to other game developers, other that gone in front of you, and been able to pick up an investment or publisher to understand, okay, what are the safest ones, what are the terms and conditions. For Startup Lab, we're founders first, so it's extremely important for us to be on the founder side, and so all of our criteria, all of our investment shareholders agreements, everything is open on the internet for everyone to use to make sure that these are the most founder-friendly kind of terms you have in the market today. We're also an incubator, so it's possible for all companies to come there without an investment or not from us. You will still be invited to be part of the ecosystem if we believe that you're able to do something, and we will also give you the advice of who to trust and what kind of terms you shouldn't accept and what terms you might have to accept based on the project or the domain where you are building something.
There's one very good useful resource is available. It's called Money Talks by Callum Underwood, previously at Robot Teddy. So if you look out on the internet, Money Talks, Callum Underwood, it's a talk he made at Games in Bavaria, explaining, detailing all the different deal terms, rev share, etc. Even if you don't know anything about it, it's a good example of what rev share is, what recoup is, etc., and how to avoid the pit and fall of this.
And I think Dino said it very best. Get a good lawyer.
Yeah, definitely get a good lawyer. And just remember that what may be a good deal for one studio may not necessarily be a good deal for you. Anything change. I mean, so much changes during the development, or even prior to that as well too. That can change those rev shares, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, everyone, for all the great questions, paying attention. A big thank you to our panelists for today.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a really informative session. Just slide it up. Okay, so we just get set up for our next speaker. Right, so we're going to get straight on with our next talk. So our next speaker is art director and concept artist at Triple Topping in Copenhagen. It's a feminist company with the belief that we're all responsible for contributing towards a safer, better, and more inclusive industry. So today we're going to be treated to a behind-the-scenes look at Dead Pets Unleashed in a talk about art direction from a colour perspective. So please welcome art director Ina Hansen.
To talk about why colors do not exist and why that is amazing. I'm going to gaslight you a little bit about colors. Firstly, a little trigger warning. I'll be showing some setup for a scene that has the themes of sexual assault, but nothing will be graphic or violent or anything like that, and I won't be getting into it. And then there will be some cartoon violence, or like blood, and some teeth things. I'm Ina Hansen. I'm the art director over at Triple Topping Games in Copenhagen. I moved there for about 3 months ago, and I worked there for a little over a year remotely. And I've been a freelancer for most of my career. So I've worked on art direction and concept art in a lot of different projects and developed what they should feel and look like. So this is what you get when you search for my name, I hope, on the internet. This sort of art, and this is the stuff that you don't get to see on the internet. And this is also some stuff that I do. And this is a project I'm really proud of. And this is the project I'm working on right now. And I'll get back to it in a bit. So, colors. Dead Pets and colors have some overlap, and I'll be getting into that in a bit. Colors aren't real. I never really understood colors until I started researching it. For me, to become truly color indulgent, I had to start researching the color theory of things. What makes color tick? But then I found out that I like all of the colors, but only in specific combinations. But I will not be showing you color wheels or charts of complementary colors today, I promise. Rather, I will talk to you about my color fixation regarding the relationship of color to things and our perception of them. So I'm here to tell you, you've been lied to all of your lives, colors are not real, but that is actually super useful when you're doing game development. So our relationship to color is kind of instinctive, but it helps to think of it as contextual when analyzing our reactions to it. Yellow, for instance, is very nice on a fruit, but then in the white of a person's eye, it can look sickly. A bright red dress is a very nice outfit, but put it on the walls and ceilings of your home office and it becomes glaring. So the thing that the color is on matters a lot. But the color itself is not a thing, though. It's a phenomenon that happens on multiple levels of reality. It doesn't really exist as an object's property. It is closer to being a concept like idealism or success. It's a sensation like taste or smell. So when the lights are off, things don't actually have a color. You cannot feel it with your fingertips or touch it or taste it with your tongue or even measure it with any man-made instrument. So we like to think of color as a property to a thing, like the ball is red. But actually, this assumed red ball is only red when certain criteria are met. The lights have to be on. The person looking at the ball has to not be colorblind or visually impaired. The light has to be a neutral one, and only then is the ball in fact red. The true color of things for us humans is the one we see when there is pure and white daylight. Our brains have a system to eliminate the chromatic bias of the ever-changing light that happens throughout the day. It's pretty cool stuff, actually. And our brain was doing exactly that of the great internet feud of 2015. So, was the bodycon dress blue and with black lace or white with gold lace? If you saw it as white, it meant that your brain was attributing the blue color to the indirect bounce light. If you saw it as blue, you were thinking that the dress itself was blue rather than the lights. So I saw it as both, but the white one was when it was sunny outside, and the blue one in the evening time. I have no idea exactly what it means, but it has to do with the confusion of the chromatic bias that we all experienced. So the owner revealed that the dress was actually blue with black lace. But the objective color of this dress is blue and orange. If you take a look at that picture there, it's quite orange, like if you analyze it and extract it from the image. Okay, so in conclusion, colors aren't real. But in order to understand why all of this matters and to put it in some context, I'll talk to you about some functions of colors. So this is kind of how to use all of this nonsense to make games. So color's identity, it means recognizability through color palette. This one is based on association of things and colors together. So this is how we can create meaningful color palettes for our IPs. And color is a storytelling device. you can use color to support the narrative. This is a very complex one, and it's super useful for progression. Then you have color as categorization. That is color coding. We do this a lot in games, for adding categories for things, for showing different levels, for showing how dangerous something is, etc., etc. So all of these functions overlap. You can have categorization, telling a story, or having the color identity affect the way that we color categorize stuff. And I will get back to this several times throughout this talk. So this is the game I'm working on right now, over at Trippetopping in Copenhagen. And it's called Dead Pets Unleashed. And allegedly, it has colors. It's a narrative game about feminism and punk music, being a demon, and maybe even finally growing up. We follow a hyper-relatable main character, Gordy, as she goes through life doing demon stuff and trying to get her band to succeed. Let's have a little look at the trailer to get the impression of what this game is about. So we have a demo out already, so you can get it on Steam. It's free, and we got 2 episodes in there right now. All right, so back to identity and the first of our functions. It's a powerful way of making people immediately recognize your brand, and is a good way to create coherent art direction for your IP. I'd like to show you some examples of IPs that do this really, really well. I really like to use this one because you can instantly see that this is The Simpsons. And The Simpsons did a very interesting choice of making all of the faces really bright yellow, which is also relatable to Legos. But then only with the proportions of the characters and their colors, you can instantly see who they are. You can probably also see it in the next lineup here. It's pretty clear that this is the South Park characters, and I think that's quite fascinating how our brains immediately recognize this. Firewatch landscape is super iconic and very easy to spot, and I've seen a lot of people trying to imitate this kind of style. And Limbo has a lack of colors, and this hadn't been done like a huge amount of times when it came out. And together with these blurry backgrounds and the crisp, sharp black foregrounds, it's really striking and immediately recognizable. The matrix is all green, and I use it as reference a lot for our game as well. It's just such a strong choice to. And you can see from any of the screenshots through any of the movies that this belongs to the Matrix universe just by looking at the color. Here's another one. It's striking. So, back to Dead Pets and its IP identity. So the original concept was made by Murray Summerwolf. And it went through so many iterations before landing on the thing that we have today, both in terms of the art direction, but also conceptually. So we needed to find a vision for the art direction. So when I came onto the project, a lot of things had already been established. But we wanted to push the art direction further. And so we set some benchmarks or some goals for the art style. We wanted to have the theme of nightlife, demons, and maybe even encompass some like feminist undertones somehow. And but I wanted to grab the essence of something that was already there, namely the color palette, because I thought it was pretty cool. So, making a mood board based on the stuff that was already in the game, I boiled it down to its color elements, and instantly found some associations to Dream Pop, Synthwave, and Sailor Moon. Pastel demons were a pretty catchy idea, but it was hard to understand that it was a demonic world by just one glance. And so I pushed it towards darker values, making the neons pop. And that palette, it evoked more of the like nightlife setting, which matches the showbiz or like music business setup. So following that theme, I wanted to experiment with some color light effects, and this is a step-by-step showing how that was done. This is like a quick Photoshop experiment kind of thing with layers added to it. In this setup, I discovered that I really wanted the characters to stand out a little bit more, adding lights and shadows to them as well. That meant going away from the flat color identity or style and towards a more lit one. So here you can see the same street before and after. A lot of things have happened in the art direction since. This is like a year in between the first design and the last one. But mainly the most striking thing about it is the light and color. Even though the lines have not changed, all of the other things have. So remember how that dress was confusing to a lot of people, how you didn't really know which of the colors to choose? Where that's chromatic bias at play, that's the thing that happens in our brain. So when you're making sprites, you're making a local color for things. And in different lighting conditions, that color will change. And most of the time, we're actually not confused about it at all. It's a very solid system in our brains. So we know what the color is supposed to be. So you can get away with quite a lot of tinting and stuff. This is an example of an original design for a set of sprites versus the updated version. So it didn't really change that many colors there. But what happened was the top one here is pretty much unlit. There is no light and shadow. There is just local color. And the second one on the bottom, it is lit. It is darker so that the lights pop out, and it becomes more atmospheric and has like this dark edge to it. Here's another example. This is the original room of the main character, Gordy. And it's bright and energetic, and it has its own thing going on. But matching it to our current art style, it becomes like more edgy and dark. So we kept like the lots and lots of details, but made the lights and color work in a different way. So now that we have that color identity, we want to use it across the entire game so that you can kind of see that all of these things come from the same place. Here's the changing, dress-up, minigame interaction kind of thing, where you get to choose a gorgeous outfit for the day. Here's the world map. And it has like a variation of the same theme of colors. Here's a rhythm game that we have, which is a peppier version of them. Here is a vibrator cleaning thing that you have to do daily to make Gory happy. And this is a catch a tampon on stage when it all goes wrong in a concert that they do. It's a one-off game. Okay, so now that we have this identity, how are we going to make it? So this is kind of how we implemented it. So we decided on having the volumetric lights that are glowy at all times and influence all of the things in the room. We have the local color palette should be acidy with some like neutrals going onto it. And we wanted like this heavy like moisture density in the air going on with volumetric light and shadow. All of these elements belong in a dreamy, trippy nightlife kind of setting. So the way we did it was first to add these volumetric lights. And there's a ton of way of doing it in a lot of techniques for this, but the way we did it was to recreate the hard light layer mode in Photoshop into Unity. Because hard lights, you can light things, but you can also make things darker and tint the darker areas of your objects. And then we have this character light map. So the characters get this masked onto them, and it's only applied to them. This is the way it looks when I'm testing it. So this is like a hard light layer mode in Photoshop. And this is the way it looks in the game. And notice how it's this unlit character over here, she's very different from even when she's not in the light. She goes very dark and blue when she's in the shadows. So all of these colors change even though that we picked these local colors for her. So in real life, if you want to add volume or shape to your light, you have to put some particles into the air because light cannot have a shape unless it's bouncing off of something. And so when they make this in live action movies and stuff, they will put a lot of moisture in the air and then cast a light beam through it. And that effect is kind of what we wanted to emulate in our game as well. And so we made this grainy noise filter thing to add to the life and like the movement of the light. All right, we made it back to the functions. So we have some nice direction to the colors, and now we want to use what we know about perception for storytelling purposes. So you can change the mood through color. You can show the importance of something through color. You can build associations through it. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, and perception matters the most here. It is how the colors feel to a player. In animation, they use this technique a lot where they will meticulously create color scripts for the movies. This is from Finding Nemo, where yeah, you can kind of see the emotional progression of the movie throughout that. And they also did that sort of thing in Journey. So this is from Journey, and they planned out this descent and ascension of the character in the game by planning it out in color, and it's super effective and a very cool thing to follow through on. So colors are all in your head. And it is because they are an experience. And it has way less to do with fact than it does with imagination and assumption. It is something we can learn. So this, by the way, totally relates to the narrative thing, so bear with me here. The moon shines red. So most people would describe the moonbeams, like the moonlight, as pale and blue. And most movie directors will push this effect, and I've seen this in games as well, where you will push the moonlight to look like it's really, really blue. But it's actually red. Like if you measure what kind of light beams are coming off that, it will be red, because the sun is shining onto the moon, and that bounces back to the earth, and what we see is just so low in light that we don't really see any color, and we assume it to be blue. So for us, the moon feels like it's shining blue on us. And the sun is black, for some. A depressed person actually struggles with perceiving color. The eye will pick up the light waves as normal, but you don't interpret them in the same way. So what happens in your brain is different. And after a devastating earthquake in Armenia, Spitak area, in 1988, a mass of children had been evacuated and really traumatized after the events. And in the time after, they were put into therapy and also art therapy, where they were observed drawing a lot of black suns. It's really ominous thing. And when they were given other colors to work with, like they would take away the black and give them other colors to work with, they would refuse to draw. They would be like, this is not the way I see the world. But over time, when they healed, they returned to using color. So in Dead Pets, in the much heavier part of the story, the protagonist finds herself in a very shitty situation, and she finds it hard to deal with it. So it's portrayed in monochromatic hues. It's blue, it sets a somber tone, and it's her personal perception of what is going on in the scene. So this is just a sketch, but this is a minigame we're working on right now, which is where she has a conversation with a friend to tell her about the events of last night. And when she imagines what's actually happening, she can't quite deal with it, so she puts her own spin on it. Avoiding the painful reality, she paints it in rainbow colors. Her parents don't understand her that well, and so we wanted the parents' house to be more like beige and less of her colors. And it was actually even more beige than this to begin with, but then it didn't really fit into the world. We don't really have a lot of beige anywhere else. But it's supposed to be a contrast to her colors. So whenever she's there, she feels very uncomfortable. We also do make the mini-games a little bit brighter to make them more like peppy and add to like the playfulness of the thing. Especially when she plays her bass, it's all of her life problems are not as dire and horrible. So that's how we do narrative colors in the game. But then we have color as categorization. And this one is really, really useful and used a lot in games in the form of color coding. You probably recognize this sort of technique where you would categorize rarity of items. It is so common that I've seen examples of it for over 20 years across genres. Is just very worthy of repetition. So our game is a narrative game. And the way we handle categorization is for narrative purposes. So we gave all of the characters their own color so that you could recognize them better in other art styles that we have going on in the game. So in our game, we have a thing that we call comic scenes. They're like cutscenes, but drawn in a very simple way, like very simplistic. And we wanted all of the characters to be recognizable instantly, so that you're not wondering who you're looking at in that particular cutscene. So this is Gordy as really tiny, and you can still see that it's her. This is her drawn in a completely different shorthand. This is her from behind, peeing on a flower. And this is her with all of her skin melted off her face. This is her uncle, and you can see the relation through the coloring on him. His teeth were stolen by a monkey demon. It's a very sad story. Okay, so we talked about all of the functions. And now I'd like to tell you some other color facts. So our character Gordy, she's purple. I'd like to convince you of that. She's not actually purple. She's got a lot of colors going on, but she's purple-ish. But the color purple isn't real. It's represented on the color wheel by these two lower colors right here. But colors don't actually come in a wheel. They come in a spectrum like that. So what we're doing in our brains is that we're combining the red light waves with the violet light waves on the other side, and we're making it up in our brain. We're going, oh, this is purple. So I'm so sorry you couldn't trust me. I had told you I wasn't going to show you any color wheels, but here we are. Okay, so Shrek is green, and this matters a lot to me personally, and this is also my favorite color. So green was also the color of Heinz Easy Squirt ketchup, which was discontinued in 2006. The initial release made Heinz sales skyrocket. It was a huge success, and all of the kids just loved Shrek, and they wanted to have this exciting new green gross ketchup. And it was an unusual color for a ketchup, but it's still a usual color for tomatoes. So later on, they figured, why don't we do this again? How about purple ketchup or blue ketchup? And what happened there is that they asked children, like, what's your favorite color? And the children said, blue, purple. And when they released this, the parents thought it looked like toxic waste and didn't want to buy it at all. And it was the biggest flop in Heinz's history. It's a bizarre thing to want to buy for a child. I totally see that. So making that ketchup green was a really cool gimmick for Heinz, but it was an even better gimmick for Shrek and a very successful identity for him. So, in conclusion, colors are not real, but very important. And they're not consistent or reliable. But when you observe how it affects people and how they react to them, it can actually be super useful in the way that we make art. And the more I learn about the subject, the more I get inspired to use colors in different ways. This is our game. If you want it, if you want to go join our Discord server, you can do that. You can also find links on there for our Steam page, and go get that demo. And these are some of the books that I've read on color. They're all great. Go check them out. And these are all the wrong colors for all of my social media stuff. Thank you. think I was very fast. Questions?
Hi, thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. That was great. You kind of like touched upon and maybe feminism, and I was wondering, both specifically and generally, what's your process for injecting kind of these higher concepts as an art director, right? So it's kind of like it's something you would like to include there, but maybe it's not so easy to include. So I was wondering if you could talk about that process.
So I think a lofty idea like that, it's kind of hard to include it in just like the color palette, right? So what you do, you try to add it to the nuances of the game, and obviously like the game has a lot of like feminist narratives and stuff, and so you want to like give more power to that. But I did a silly thing, and the whole game is kind of bisexual colors, like the bisexual flag. So yeah, that made me smile personally. But yeah, working with colors goes hand in hand in working with your subject matter, right? So without the narrative, without the story, I can't really do that much. It has to support something. It has to like work with it, not by itself. Otherwise, it's just pretty colors. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? No? Okay, so okay, if anyone does think of any further questions they'd like to ask Ina, I think you'll be around during the break. Yes. Is that right? Okay, well, thank you very much for an excellent talk. Okay, so I think there's still some T-shirts to be picked up downstairs for those of you that haven't picked those up yet. But if you enjoy, we'll have like an extended break. And then if you could be back here for 3:30, we'll finish with the final talk of the day. welcome back for the final talk of the day, which I know a lot of us have been very excited about, and it's a game that's also been referenced by quite a few people during the conference so far. So our final speaker, with over a decade of experience in the games industry, ranging from mobile and Facebook to AAA games, our next speaker is very familiar with the many facets of games and game design. Her latest works, Control and Returnal, showcase her skill in building intriguing worlds, as well as her love of all things weird and creepy. Notice we've also got a little companion sitting there already. So here to discuss the storytelling techniques used in Returnal and how they were utilised to craft its haunting story, please welcome Housemarque's senior narrative designer, Evi Korhonen.
I'm just waiting. Yes, thank you. How an anticlimactic opening. But yeah, so thank you everyone for being here. I'm the final thing standing between you and the end of Konsoll, and I intend to fully take that time, and hopefully you and me will have a wonderful experience. And so I'm talking today about evolving storytelling in Returnal, how to craft a haunting story. And you may have seen this talk title in other places. I've actually given this talk now a couple of times, but it's always been evolving. The first version was not very good, but you know, I can give you my guarantee that this is the most evolved, the best version of this talk, and probably the last time actually doing this talk. So Konsoll, you're now a very special audience for this talk, so thank you already for that. Yeah, so the original version was 40 minutes and aimed at developers, but I know many of you in the audience today are students, so I'm going to take my time, give you some detours, explain things a little bit more. And let's set some expectations. So what we're going to be talking today, first some introductions, of course. I'm going to tell you how Returnal actually came to be, then talk to you a little bit about the high-level philosophy before showing you some actual techniques that we used in the storytelling. And then some conclusions and lessons, and hopefully there will still be time for questions at the end. I'm really looking forward to those, so start thinking about them during the presentation. And of course, big spoiler alert, because I can't talk about Returnal storytelling without spoiling parts of it. There's a couple of big cutscenes that I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. And when I give you a spoiler alert, I'm going to give this signal when that spoiler alert has ended. So if you haven't played it yet, and based on Ari's talk yesterday, many of you haven't. Sorry about that. So I'll give you a chance to kind of like avoid those very big twists that I hope people would experience for themselves. But yeah, so me, I already got a wonderful introduction, but I also wanted to introduce Octo. He's a bit of a mascot. He's been with me at every talk I've given, and also at every award show. And just a quick little note, every time he's been with me in an award show, we won 4 awards. And he's got 8 arms. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, so my title is Senior Narrative Designer, and I just wanted to open up a little bit, like what does this narrative designer do? And there's a couple of like quick ways to get it across. My first one is I'm kind of the link between design and narrative team, like what it says on the tin. So I interpret the story to design and design back to narrative team. And also kind of like how I differentiate my job from a writer's job is that usually the writer writes all of the words that the player actually sees. And what the narrative designer does is think about like how do we actually take those words and how do we put them in the game. So I might also do some writing, but a lot of the writing I do doesn't actually get seen by the player. I will write a lot of spec documentations. I will create mood boards. I will just talk to the other teams about how we want to get the story across. And that doesn't translate to anything that the player might see in the game, like my writing. So I think that's kind of like my easiest way to give you an idea of what a narrative designer does. But yeah, as mentioned, done some previous work. Here you can see some companies that I've worked for. And of course, you might know the other big game from Finland I worked on, Control. Also my precious, precious baby. But today, I wanted to give you a peek into Returnal's story to set the stage. Because as mentioned, not every one of you has had the chance to play it, here's the story trailer.
Astra, is anyone listening? It's Celine. I've crashed on Atropos. Suit status operational, but my sidearm is missing. Heading towards White Shadow Broadcast. I have found a deceased Astra Scout here. Checking identification on a helmet. It's... my sidearm. Continuing towards the signal's origin. That can't be here. Do you see the White Shadow?
PlayStation.
Thank you. So, if it didn't come across in the trailer, in terms of gameplay, Returnal is a third-person action shooter. And to be more accurate, it's a very fast-paced, bullet hell action shooter, and it has a roguelite structure. We're going to get into roguelite a little bit later. And in terms of story, it's a combination of dark sci-fi, psychological thriller, and cosmic horror. In it, you play as Celine, an astronaut who has crash-landed on the planet of Atropos, and she's there to chase this mysterious signal known as White Shadow. And you soon find that you're trapped on this planet, where even death is no escape, because every time you die, you return to the original crash site. And you have to fight your way through this planet, trace the signal's origin, and use it to send an SOS back to your mothership to have even the remotest chance of escape. And that's just the setup to the full story, which we're going to get to a little bit later. But first, I wanted to talk to you about the origins, because Returnal was very much a product of the constraints and ambitions we had for it. So I'm going to take a little moment to shed a light on them. And first, Housemarque, the company I work for. It was founded in 1995, which makes it the oldest still existing game company in Finland. We beat Remedy by 2 months, and we never lorded over them. But yeah, it's mostly known for arcade-inspired games like Super Stardust HD and Resogun. And these are these kind of twin-stick shooters with a very bright particle VFX, very much inspired by classic arcades games. So this is a screenshot from Nex Machina, which was the last game we put out before Returnal. So we went from this to this. And it wasn't without its challenges. So first of all, this was our first time doing AAA. And I think some people could argue, is Returnal really AAA? But I would say that in terms of production quality, it very much is. It's maybe not got the full content of something like Witcher or Cyberpunk or Skyrim, but in terms of quality of that content, I think we're very much there. But it was still a big thing for an indie to kind of do that leap upwards. And we also did it with a new engine. So as Ari mentioned yesterday, we used Unreal. Before that, we'd be basically using a house engine. We also did it in a new genre. We'd never done a roguelite before, so that was learning. And we did it for a new platform. So we were developing for PS5 before PS5s were commercially available. And of course, all of these learnings are cutting into the development time of actually making that game. So anytime you're making a game with this many new components, you have to take into account that this will affect how much of that game you can actually make. And we also had a relatively small team to be making a AAA game. So we had about 75 people as the core team working at Housemarque, and then we had roughly the same amount of people working externally in our co-development studios. And we also had a narrative team for the first time in Housemarque's history. I was actually the first narrative designer and first narrative person to be hired for Returnal. And so out of those 75 people, maximum 4 were working on the story at any one time. And because we were new, there were no existing processes or pipelines on how to incorporate that narrative. So we were building those tools as we were also building the content. And then there was this small thing, like, yeah, we totally prepared for that. But yeah, so challenges, pretty formidable, but so were our ambitions. Our creative director, Harry Kruger, gave us 2 main creative goals. And the first one was to aim to haunt the player. And what he meant by that even after the credits had rolled, we wanted the players to be thinking about the game. What did it all mean? Was it even all real? So he wanted there to be mystery to the events, and he wanted there to be discussion, multiple interpretations of the story. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then the second part was to tell a deep, dark, and mature story. So we knew that the gameplay was still going to be very much true to Housemarque's arcade roots. So we had this big challenge: how to marry this fast, bright action with bullets and lasers and explosions with a slowly building dark mystery about a middle-aged woman and her trauma. And we went for pretty heavy themes: guilt, generational trauma, the clashing of motherhood with career ambitions. And because this was a cosmic horror game, there's also the element of the mental health of the protagonist eroding or not being the best to begin with. And so, based on these challenges and ambitions, we arrived at our narrative philosophy, our guiding lights. We had the chance to define the storytelling direction, not just for Returnal, but what we would kind of expect to be like the next era of Housemarque games. You know, we're stepping into this AAA space, we're going to define what is a Housemarque story going to be like. So we wanted to be bold, we wanted to be ambitious, and we wanted to do things that hadn't been seen in AAA space before, or at least not that much. So we knew that this is going to be an evolution, not a revolution of a Housemarque game. So action would still be taking the center stage. We weren't going to, throw everything that the company was good at into the trash and just make this very deep narrative game that is slow. And we didn't want to, we're good at making action. We don't want to be like, all respect to all our Sony sister studios who are very good at what they do, but like we didn't have those resources and that knowledge. So we wanted to rely on what we know and then build on top of that. So our first and foremost guiding light was to keep the gameplay at the center of the experience. And that meant that the critical path, so the kind of shortest possible path from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, was going to be as lean and mean as possible when it comes to story. So we wanted to avoid these stop and read or stop and listen moments. We didn't want to take the player out of that sweet flow that you could get to when you're playing a Housemarque action game. So we focused a lot on telling the story through production design, through audio design, and of course narrative design. That's what I'm here for. So we suffused the story into everything: the enemies, the items, the world, everything to give the player this passive, slow dose of the story as they were playing. So, also, through this, majority of the story content is fully optional. You don't have to touch any of it, almost. The big cutscenes and some of her reaction lines are on the critical path, but everything else you don't have to do. So player chooses when they engage with it, or if they even engage with it. But we did our darndest to entice the players to come and take a look. Come to the story side. We got cookies. We also adopted this less is more attitude to narrative content. So we knew we had a very small team. We wanted to work smart, not hard. And that meant we wanted to keep these very intensive big features like cutscenes to a minimum. And I learned a lot from Christine's talk, how intensive those things can be. And we mostly outsourced those, so I didn't even get to be there for most of it. We also didn't have actually any interactable NPCs in the game. We did entertain this idea of having some low-effort NPCs, so something like the ship AI talking to you, not potentially like a dialogue, but it would talk at you, not with you. But during production, we ultimately decided to cut them. And I think this was for the best. It enforced this sense of isolation, that Celine is alone on this alien planet with nothing and no one to rely on but herself. And it was good for scope as well. It helped keep narrative as this rare treat for the player, a breather from the action instead of obstacle between the player and the action. And then our final goal in that aim to haunt the player, we embraced mystery and ambiguity. We set up a quite traditional mystery at the beginning of the game. What is keeping Celine trapped in the loop? What is that mysterious white shadow signal? Maybe even, who is Celine as a character? You don't know much about her in the beginning. And then over time, these questions get overshadowed by the bigger, or perhaps the biggest mystery in the game. Are any of the events on this planet even real? And in terms of ambiguity, we wanted to support those multiple theories of what is happening or what happened in the past. And the three main kind of theories we wanted to support is it's all real, planet is real, Celine is actually there, all of this is somehow happening through some cosmic horror entity, picking through her memories and manifesting them on the planet. This could be all happening in Celine's head. She maybe never left planet Earth, and this is just some sort of crazed fever dream, maybe on the operating table or in the final minutes before she's about to die, life flashing before your eyes, but kind of like the imagined version that your kind of like brain is cooking up for you. And then the final one, this is Celine's personal hell. Probably feels like it for many players, at least. And this kind of like avoided having canon version of the events. And it worked to the point that even internally within the narrative team, we didn't agree on which of these events was true. So good job, us. And then storytelling in a roguelite game. So roguelites are usually kind of like defined by this couple of definitions. So usually you die over and over again. And when you do, you lose all non-permanent progress in the game. You also usually randomize all the levels, or kind of like the order of the rooms when that happens. And there's usually like a biome structure. So levels are themed around some kind of like biome type. And these biomes usually follow one after the other or can be connected to the hub. So we had the linear biome structure, at least, to open up the game. And this meant that you basically experienced that first biome potentially hundreds of times because it was the one you went through to get to the others, or it was the one you were learning to play the game and you were dying in it over and over again. But the last biome, you're already very good, or you get there very few times because you keep dying on the way. So there's a very large disparity between familiarity with different biomes. So that, combined with most of our story content being optional, meant that we had much less control over the pacing of the story than you'd have in a traditional linear game. We were able to combat this a little bit, but it is kind of like the big challenge if you're going to tell a story in a roguelite game. And then, of course, Hades came out when we were in development, and with the greatest respect, fuck them. No, I love it. I played it so much. It's a very good game. But yeah, so we decided to lean into the structure. So a big part of why a lot of indie developers make a roguelike game is that it allows you to reuse assets. You're just going to make some, basic forest assets, and then you're going to make different rooms, and you're going to populate those rooms with those same assets over and over, and it feels fresh because, you get those rooms in different combinations, or you can make even slight variations, like this is the same room, but then we put like snow on it, and now it's a winter version of it. So there's a lot of this repeat, remix, and recontextualize content. But what does recontextualization mean? So a common, or I think a famous example of this is like, I'm going to give you a sweater. It's a very nice, comfy sweater. You love it. You've been wearing it. It's very cozy, keeps you warm. But then I tell you, oh, by the way, that was Hitler's. Then suddenly you don't maybe feel so cozy about wearing it anymore. Or you might kind of like, we might in a game, give you this very meaning, kind of like small item, like a pendant. We don't tell you what it does. But then at the end of the game, you realize like, oh, that was his dead mother's pendant. And now it suddenly has this whole new meaning to it. So that is what it means to recontextualize something. And we did that a lot with the story. So in traditional world building, actually, what you do is also like, when it comes to remixing, you'd probably do like, okay, Celine is going to have her story, and then the planet is going to have its own story, and we're going to progress the story on those both tracks separately. But what we kind of did is like, planet, Celine, doesn't matter. Both kind of the same. So we could actually take stuff from Celine's story and put it on the planet. Take some of the planet stuff, put it in Celine's story. So we were able to actually do this remixing on story level. And we could actually start giving the player these like mysteries or these meaningless things, those pendants, those sweaters at the beginning of the game. And you just like, oh, it's a sweater, it's a pendant. But it keeps popping up. Okay, so there's a reason why this keeps popping up. It pops up in weird places. It must have meaning. Things gain meaning from repetition. And I think the best example of how we do this is the astronaut. So you might have spotted it in the trailer briefly. It's this old school Apollo era astronaut, not Celine kind of with her sleek sci-fi tech bodycon suits, but the big bulky kind. And it shows up everywhere. You can see it on the planet. You can see it in her past. Even the aliens are referencing it in their own writings and holograms. And it's not an enemy, you never fight it, but you're kind of like feel pretty ominous when you see it, like, why is it there? Why is it looking at me? What does it want? And we never really answer those questions, but the player begins to associate it with certain things the deeper they get into the story content. So we do this, we show things in the beginning, we withhold any context, we create this mystery. What is it? Why is it here? So the player has this question that they want to have an answer to. And then we loop them in gradually. So mystery is the name of the game. Reference to those of you who know. And we start with a very minimal opening. You're Celine, you're an astronaut, you crash landed on this planet, there's the signal you're looking for. Go. That's all you get to know before you're put into her shoes. And then we start building on top of that over time. So there's this important thing about crafting mystery. The first of them is setup. Hook the player as soon as possible and leave as much open as you can. Now, this is not a hard and fast rule, but this is what we went with. We also wanted the player to actually get to the game as fast as possible, so the opening cinematic, short, sweet, boom, you're ready to go. So the setup, needed to be short, but it needed to leave you with those interesting questions like, what is the signal? What is this planet? How can I get off of it? And then the second important thing is the pacing of those reveals. So when you start answering them, you want to make sure that you have short-term questions that you answer fairly quickly, and then long-term ones. We don't actually answer the question of like, what is the meaning to white shadow, or at least some of those meanings, until the second ending. So that is a very long-term mystery we set up. And then every time you have an answer to a question, you want to preferably set up a couple of more. So you will probably very quickly understand, like, okay, this planet, okay, there is an alien civilization here, ruins, cool, what happened to them? Okay, there's this loop. Every time I die, I'm back here. Okay, I start to understand a little bit, but we also introduce more questions like, okay, where are the aliens now? Did whatever get to them is gonna get to me? Like, what is actually powering this loop? Like, I know I'm returning back, but why? What's doing it? So we're kind of like, we take all these questions and answers, we create these puzzle pieces out of them, and then we just scatter them all over. Because, as I said, we don't have much control over the pacing with the exception of the linear unlocking of the biome. So we know that first you're going to have the overgrown ruins, then you're going to get to the Crimson Desert, then you're going to get to the Citadel. And there are a couple of landmarks in those biomes. So we always know where you're going to start, we always know where you're going to end, and usually there's like a landmark in the middle, like a shop or something like that. So we put some critical beats, into those locations. We couldn't know if player looked at them, but we could know that if they were an average player who kind of like pokes at everything that is interactable, they would encounter these things in roughly sequence. So we couldn't make sure that they pick them up, but we do a lot of cross-referencing between items. There are visuals and images and phrases that we repeat. So once you've kind of like over time gathered all these puzzle pieces, then you can start like connecting all the dots. But basically all the story bits had to be a little bit self-sufficient and freestanding because we couldn't rely on that the player absolutely has picked up this thing beforehand. We didn't have time to script anything fancy like that. And then we embrace the horror and the fun of the loop, or depending on your viewpoint. So in Returnal, the loop is actually part of the narrative reality. Like Celine is aware of the loop, and she remembers some of her past experiences. So this is actually a really delicious piece of cosmic horror already. Like you're trapped in this deathless existence. It's not painless, but it's deathless. Kind of nice. And we, with that, avoided some of the, let's say, inelegance that comes with some roguelites, either avoiding or kind of like very clumsily explaining, like, okay, so you keep coming back because Hitler's sweater. But yeah, so they often kind of like, if they don't have the right setting, they can abandon the attempt to kind of like ground the loop into reality. Deathloop does it really well. They explain it. It's the whole reason why you're there. But we kind of like went with the more cosmic horror route, and we kind of like never fully explain why it is, but it is there. And it is kind of like something that Celine can comment upon. And then we also kind of like acknowledge it as narrative team. We have this tagline, break the cycle, but it's actually impossible. The game needs to be always playable, even after you've run out of all the bespoke narrative content. So there can never be release from the loop, even at the end of the story. So no matter what happens, Celine is still stuck on the planet, or in her mind, or in hell, depending on what your interpretation is. And the story acknowledges that. So even when we tell the player that, yeah, break the cycle, escape the planet, never gonna happen. And we decided to embrace that and not try to come up with a contrived reason, yes, she escaped, but not sort of kind of, no, she just never escapes. She accepts that. So, I've been talking a lot about how to build a mystery. You do it by creating a story onion. This is our story onion. There's 3 levels: the loop, the planet, and the hero. So the hero is at the core of everything. Everything needed to flow outwards from her. She is the sole character in the story, so it kind of needs to happen. And we basically went about by creating her life story first, a version of events that would land her on the planet. So we kind of start from the it's all real camp, but we branch out later. And then we start building from that core outwards. Her story informs the planet story, and then slightly informs the gameplay loop, the cosmic loop itself. Because we wanted to create these mixtures, parallel events, we wanted the kind of like things that happen on the planet have this eerie, it's not just a coincidence, is it, feeling. So that's why first figure out what happened to Celine, then that is used to inform what happened to the aliens and the planet, and then a little bit, a little bit wiggle in with the cosmic loop to finish it all off. And I make it look very neat here. In reality, this was not the order things went in, but this was kind of like the priority in editing the story. So, for example, my first task when I joined the team was to figure out what does the alien civilization look like? The concept art needs to know. So I didn't start from the story of the hero because I wasn't the writer. I was there to figure out like, okay, alien civilization, we need to build some, environments, let's go. Kind of like a secret, I think, a lot of these game development talks is that we actually present things in a lot neater order than they are in life. I'm seeing some nods there. Game development is messy, and then afterwards, with the 2020 hindsight, we get these like, oh yes, this was our story structure. This was the perfect order, and then we all look back and I can barely remember anything from 2021. But in hindsight, this was the structure. Even if we weren't kind of like following it fully, this was the way we went about it on some abstract level. But yeah, so the player experience is actually the opposite. They start from the outside and dig into our story onion. They peel back the layers. And the cosmic loop is almost the same as gameplay loop. You live, you die, you repeat. And then there's actually very little story on the cosmic loop kind of like layer. It's just there to kind of like wrap this all up in this repeating structure. Then you get to the planet, you start to kind of like see the alien civilization, their ruins, and you start to think like, why? Interesting, I want to know more about what happened to these people. And then finally, you start to see stuff that is personal to Celine. You see the audio logs that her previous selves have left on the planet. You see the house. You saw a trailer. You saw in the trailer there was a house. And we're going to talk about that too later. And then you kind of like, start to fill in from that outwards in. The last place you fill in is Celine. And then kind of like first you kind of get inspired by the planet, but kind of like Celine is at the core of the story. That's the last part you get to, the juicy center. And conveniently, these layers match up with our plot, setting, and theme. And I can hear you ask, what is plot? Okay, I didn't hear you, but I'm going to imagine. So a lot of people confuse story, plot, and narrative. And I'm going to give you a little kind of like, explanation of why these things are different. So here we have some numbers, but I'm going to contextualize these numbers with Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. So the full story of Star Wars Empire Strikes Back is all the beats that you see in the movie. So that's the full story. But then we have the plot of Luke. So Luke gets told by Obi-Wan's ghost that you need to go train as a Jedi. Then he has a little Yoda retreat. Thank you. And then he has a vision about Leia and Han being in trouble, and he leaves to confront his father in the Cloud City. So kind of like from the first follows the next point and the last point. So that is kind of like a plot. We often talk about main plot and subplot. This is what we mean. A series of events usually in the larger story. But this doesn't actually talk about narrative. What is narrative? Narrative is how we tell that plot or story. Do we tell it in chronological order? Whose viewpoint is it? Like, Star Wars would be very different if we looked at it from Darth Vader's perspective. But that is a valid narrative viewpoint. So kind of like, who are the viewpoint characters? How do we frame them up? Are they heroes? Are they villains? You know, you could probably make a really cool movie where kind of like, you know, from Empire's perspective, like, oh, these rebels are just, you know, my beautiful order, my beautiful bureaucracy. That's probably actually what Andor is. But yeah, so story, all of it. Plot, smaller part of it. Narrative, how we approach that plot or story. And now we can get back to Returnal. And our story onion, because it's so neat, we came up with it in hindsight. And it matches actually with all of our genres. So Loop is cosmic horror. Planets, aliens, very science fiction. And then Hero, very psychological thriller, you know, having to confront your traumas that are manifesting in reality. Big stuff. And then we kind of like tie it all together with a hefty dose of Greek mythology. This was my favorite part. Such a nerd for it. Like all of the naming, and I did all of the naming, is based on this. So the planet Atropos, one of the three fates, the one who decides when you die, the ultimate fate. There's the enemy called Kerberon, very close to Cerberus, guarding the hell. And then my favorite part is Silphium, which sounds like, oh, I don't remember that from Greek myth. But Silphium is an actual plant that was, like an actual plant in our history, in planet Earth history, that was used by the ancient Greeks, but they used it so much that it's now basically extinct, or at least thought to be extinct. But the fun part is that it was used as an abortifacient, so to induce abortions. And that kind of makes really dark sense when you get to the themes of the game. So, the layers are also presented very neatly like this, but they also start to bleed into each other. As I mentioned, like, you know, the planet and Celine doesn't really matter. We all start mixing it up, mashing it up, and the lines between them start to blur. And speaking of blurring, how we went about that. So, at this point, we've figured out Celine's story, and now we start to muddy the waters. We start to add these confusing or even contradictory elements to the story to support those multiple theories that maybe it's not real, maybe this is your hell. And kind of like some methods and quick examples of how we did this. Timeless feel. So we wanted to keep the timeline vague, both on textual and visual level. We wanted to avoid mentioning years or dates whenever possible to create timeless feel. But also this little like dreamlike quality, like if none of the official documentation that you find mentions years, it's a little bit weird. Like a lot of documents just have the date on them. And then on visual level, our UI and art teams took a lot of inspiration from retrofuturism. So if you watch Alien movies, that big, bulky, kind of like very analog feel, but with kind of like the still, you know, that analog tech is accomplishing very futuristic science fiction stuff. So that was big inspiration for all the menus with their kind of like rippling scan lines and all the screens and devices, and even the technology in Celine's suit and the ship. And then, near mythical characters. This is a story about generational trauma. So both Celine's mother and her child, Thea and Helios, at least according to some, play an important role in the game, but they almost never get talked about in clear terms. They almost feel like mythical characters. So Greek mythology was the basis for all our naming, and there's this wonderful additional layer for those people who dig, because we never lay out like, yes, and in Greek myth, Thea was Celine's mother, and Helios, da-da-da. So that you actually have to go outside the game to look for. And when you do find that stuff, it can create additional meaning or additional confusion, because in actual Greek mythology, Helios is Celine's brother. Child, brother. Confusion. And we also have a boss called Hyperion, which is in Greek mythology Celine's father. And again, none of this is actually in the text, but it is in the subtext. So, giving something to do for those players who love to Google stuff. And then we also introduce a lot of paradoxes and parallel events. So you could also almost think of them as cyclical events, maybe. It gets very confusing to talking about Returnal, sorry. But a best example of this could be, in the beginning of the game, your ship crashes on the planet. But this is also paralleled by a car crash in Celine's past. So by parallel, I don't mean simultaneous, but more like these events feel like they're mirroring one another. And then it is implied that she actually caused both of those crashes through time paradoxes. So if she ended up on this planet because of a car crash she caused when she was on the planet, and then you end up in this impossible loop. We also play a lot with metaphors and symbolism. I love these. They've been really fun. And I think the biggest ones reflect our characters. So Helios, her son/brother, is also the name of her crashed ship. It's also the name of the sun god. Sun. I love that pun. Yeah. And Celine is also the moon goddess in Greek myth. And the moon on Atropos is shown either as whole or broken in different parts of the story. Very deep stuff. And then, all narrators are unreliable. Whatever text, audio log, hologram, whatever Celine says or does, you can kind of like find a reason to doubt whether it's real or true. And we'll talk about that more in the narrative techniques section, but before that, there's one more thing. And that is our act structure. We have an act structure in Returnal, but we don't use it the same way that a lot of linear games use. So a 3-act structure might be familiar to you if you've studied media. It's the traditional Hollywood story. You have the first act where things are normal, something comes in and breaks that normality, and then in Act 2 you have the rise in conflict that ends up in the big climax, and then usually Act 3 is the denouement, kind of like things getting back to a new normal. So it's usually this graph. And we do talk about 3-act structure in Returnal, but it's a little unusual. So we have Act 1. So this is the first half of the game. And this is where we kind of like start off with that grounded, dark sci-fi. You crash landing on the planet, everything's still fairly normal. Straightforward predicament, you need to get off this hell planet, and all mysterious and personal elements are toned down a bit. And that first act culminates in you reaching the signal, and you use it to send a message to Mothership, and if you want to avoid spoilers, now is your chance. Okay, so I'm going to keep my fingers in now, because if I take them off, they're going to think the spoiler has stopped. I didn't think this all the way through. Anyway, so after you send that message, Celine returns to Earth, lives out her life, and dies of old age. So as our creative director likes to say, like, we have a happy ending, but it's in the middle. So then Act 2 begins. You wake up back on the planet. It doesn't matter when or where you die, you're still stuck in the loop. And now you realize you can't escape by escaping the planet, so you must go to the source. Spoiler has ended. And then we get to Act 2. This is the latter half of the game. And now we're very much into the realm of psychological thriller. We start to put the references to Celine's past in more visible places. She's clearly spiraling into madness. And whether it's internally manifesting or externally influenced on her, it's definitely intensifying. And after much fighting, she reaches the center of the planet and has an encounter with an entity. And this is the second spoiler part. So, you have a cutscene, or the second ending cutscene, we call it. The failed escape, no, this is the last drive. First one was failed escape. This is the last try. So you have a cutscene showing the source of all her trauma, the car crash I mentioned, where a mother and a child crash into a lake, swerving on the road to avoid an astronaut. So the question still is, which mother and which child? Is this Celine as the mother or Celine as the child? And was there only one car crash or was there 2 car crashes? And did anyone actually survive that crash? We never answer any of those questions. Spoiler ended. So then, now we get to the fun part where we break the act structure, Act 3. So it starts, and the game is technically over, but there is actually one more secret ending defined. And to do that, the player now has free travel between the Act 1 and Act 2 environments. So the kind of like, some of the Act 2 environments are actually kind of time versions of the other ones in Act 1. So what was overgrown ruins in Act 1 is now echoing ruins in Act 2. So kind of like the same place, but different time. It's more swampy in echoing ruins and more dark forest in Act 1. And now we give you this MacGuffin that allows you to travel between those 2 timelines or places. Kind of like our act structure is not so much like a linear structure, but more like a space structure. These things exist as separate things, and you can travel between them. So Act 3 is sort of the end state, but it's not a linear end. We allow you to go back to Act 1 and Act 2, and we don't treat either one as better as the other. They don't take place one after the other. You can go back. Because time travel, baby. And I'm going to get to how we play with the act structure further. When we finally get to the narrative techniques, this is my favorite part, which is why I need to drink water. So, this is the stuff I could talk to you for 3 hours. I love this shit. So, I have now given you all of this groundwork to help you understand how we create a Returnal story. But now I want to show you how we actually told it to the players. So my job, this is what I did. And I can't go through all of it because this slot is not 3 hours long. But, we're going to get through my favorite bits. And what I mean by narrative techniques is, this is the actual, when we thought about the story, technique is one way to tell part of that story. Take that how and condense it into something meaningful in the game. So that's what I mean when I talk about a technique. It might be a feature or something else in other game studios terminology, but I'm using techniques. House sequences. So we have referred a couple times to the house, and it's basically these house sequences are short, first-person exploratory sequences in the titular house. It's just the house because there's only one. And there's 6 of them in total, and they unlock based on your progression through the game. So when you get to the second biome, the second house sequence opens, etc. And then, as I mentioned, like everything in the game, it's fully optional. But the access point is on the main path. So every time you go through that first biome, that forest, it's always there on the main path. You can't avoid it. You will always pass by it, and will always be there, just kind of like tempting you. And we have what this term is called friction. You will encounter this thing, and you can't maybe yet interact with it, or it's always there reminding you. That's what we call kind of like friction. That it's sometimes good, sometimes bad. In this case, I think good. And because it is this very normal Earth house, in this very alien forest, already that juxtaposition makes it interesting. But we make it even more interesting by adding more friction, because we don't let you go in it the first time you encounter it. It's locked. You need a key. So in the first biome, you first need to find the house key, which is off the beaten path. You won't find it on the critical path. You will have to explore. Then you get the key, and then you're immediately like, oh, house key. I can go back now there. So we immediately created more interest by not allowing you to go there, but having you work for it. And then we also, after you have the house key, now you can go in or out, but you can only go there when a sequence is available. These are playthrough once only. So the lights are on in the house, it's warm and inviting. when there's a sequence available, and when there isn't, it's dark and dilapidated. And then, so you saw in the trailer, we actually do this shift. When you get to the house, you open the door, the camera zooms in, and you're now in first person. We put a walking sim in our bullet hell game! we're fucking insane. But it worked, because it has a purpose. It has purpose because it puts the player in a different mindset. Going from that fast-paced action where you go like 60 miles per hour, and you have a gun, and you can kill everything you see, but now we take away the HUD, we take away your guns, you can't like zoom past everything, you're actually quite vulnerable. Everything that you know up to this point about this game is shoot, 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 poof, jump, phew. But now you're in the house and you can't do any of that. So it puts you in this maybe a little bit more vulnerable, more slow, more thoughtful mode. And then that allows us to introduce new kinds of interactions. You can now pick up books, read them. There's even one dialogue wheel there. Very proud of that one. But this mode switch also prevents the player from ruining the mood. You know, they can't just jump on the tables or shoot at the walls to see what happens. So we get to maintain this little mysterious and disquieting atmosphere because the player can't fuck it up. And then what is framing? So narrative design and narrative is not just like how we tell the story, but also like when we do that storytelling, how do we frame it? Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is this a mysterious thing? What is it? And we basically, I think the most common framing, we don't even like explain this clearly. We kind of like imply that these are Celine's memories that you're experiencing in the house. But, you know, when are they happening? Can't tell. Timeless. And are they happening in order? Probably not. And memories are notoriously unreliable things. So, you know, you might misremember things, and we don't help. One of the things we actually have that sets up the house is there's an audio log just outside it. And in it, Celine says that feels like she's reliving her memories in the house. But some of them feel manufactured. So maybe there's an outside force taking her memories and twisting them. So she's not very reliable in the house. But we also undermine her directly inside the house sequences. One of the biggest things you find in an early house sequence is a rejection letter from Astra, which is the corporation that has sent her on this mission. So is she even here? When did she receive that rejection letter? We don't tell. So there's another exception, kind of like a way we undermine the reality of the house. You always enter it through the door, or at least you always interact with the door, but you never exit it through that same door. Most of the sequences end up with her passing out or blacking out, and she wakes up outside the house, which is now dark and dilapidated. And even after the kind of like 6th house sequence, we kind of transform the exterior of the house, but I'm not going to spoil that. So we don't really treat it as a real space. We treat it as this kind of like mystery dreamscape, or maybe even nightmarescape. But then, another one. Oh, 6 minutes. I'm not going to leave you a lot of time for questions. Okay, anyway, let's take a look at the alien perspective. So, Atropos is home to a near-extinct alien civilization, and their fate can be uncovered in holograms and writings. And these are written by what we call the severed. So they used to be part of the alien hive mind, the whole species, and they were then violently separated by the cosmic entity and driven mad. And because they're no longer part of the hive mind, no telepathic communication, they invented language in order to try and communicate. So, over the planet, you will find these stone pillars, and you can try to decipher their writings by collecting ciphers. Each of the writings has 3 tiers to unlock, taking you from partial translation to fully translated stuff. And we increase the cipher requirements as you go along so that you will need to keep collecting ciphers to read the later texts. And the first tier is always very easy to get because we want to entice you to read more of them, but the last ones usually require a bit of exploration, so the player will always experience a little bit of mystery anticipation, so they don't get that last level of translation immediately. And this is now my rant time, because I used to be a translation student, and I hate game translation mechanics so much. They always take like, oh, you just need to collect 5 pieces of, ancient Sumerian, and now you have this fully translated English text, and it doesn't work like that. Ugh! I feel very passionately about this. It might work for modern day languages, like sorta maybe, but a long dead civilization, long dead alien civilization, they would have concepts and words we can't even dream of because our biology is different. Translation is inherently subjective to you, your biology, your culture. We as humans, we would have no understanding of what these alien things are. So we needed an extra special translation mechanic, and our translations are actually very, very subjective. So they're full of words and phrases that are very personal and meaningful to Celine, even if you as the player don't quite understand it in the beginning. Withhold context, understand later. So we often reference her past or even foreshadow events that hadn't even happened yet, assuming that the player, looks at these things in the order we hope they will. So, an example of this is, we frame these as historical texts, but of course they're not. And then, so this is an example of the very first xenoglyph you come across. And you can see that it has kind of like 3 different types of text. And we worked really hard on this. This was, I think, one of my hardest challenges throughout development, was to how to signal at different levels of certainty with the text. So now I'm going to do my pointy bit. So you see these kind of like teal, garbled symbols. That was what we used to indicate that this is alien. We don't understand any of it. None of it. Okay, there's something here, but no understanding. Then we have this bolded, yellow, all caps text. This is what we use to indicate, like, this bit we understand fully. This is all good. We needed these to stand out, so that the players would immediately, just at a glance, be like, oh, I can read that. And we also wanted these to stand out and leave interesting gaps, like, stop the endless cycle of what? I'm stuck in an endless cycle. Are they stuck in an endless cycle? I need to translate this. But then my favorite part is actually this last bit here, agitated waters, question mark. So it's yellow, but it's not bolded, and it's small caps. And this is what we kind of like referenced as mistranslations. So this is where we start putting in those subjective meanings, the stuff that matters to Celine. And this was, I think, the best layer. We got to play so much with this. So let's take an example of how this actually looks in Tier 2. So now we see that there's more certainty, but there's also more mistranslations. And you still can't quite see the end, like, we cannot stop the endless cycle of still need to come here 3rd time. And now we see a fun bit. It says octopus upstairs, question mark. And this is actually a reference to a house sequence where you go to the upstairs and there's an octopus. So if you play this in the ideal order, you will see this, you'll be like, huh? And then you'll be in the house sequence and you'll be like, oh. So we kind of get to foreshadow things with scary, eerie foresight. And there's also reference to seizures. So this is an example of medical terminology that we also embedded throughout Returnal's text, because text elements are easy and cheap to make. And we wanted to kind of like bring these in to kind of help maybe bring in that sense of maybe she's in a hospital and like her brain is just filtering all this medical jargon that's happening around her into this dreamscape. And then the final layer, full message. This is kind of like where, like, you know, it's a message, so it's actually not as interesting narratively, but we still, you know, fuck with the player a little bit. At the top, it says, translation accuracy, 78%. But there's nothing more to do. The translation is complete. And I know this drove some players up the wall, and that's exactly how I meant it. I never wanted them to feel certain about the stuff they encountered. I wanted to drive uncertainty. I never wanted to have them feel like, oh, I fully understood this alien language. Yes. No, that's not what happens. You will never, ever get the full picture. We actually, in Act 2, when you encounter xenoglyphs, the percentage starts going down the more you translate them. In Act 3, there's no number. There's just error messages. And we do really funny things with the narrator voice, but I'm not going to go into that and let you experience it yourself. Then, databank entries, continuing on computers. And there's another mechanic we wanted to highlight the fallibility of computers as this objective, reliable interpreters of the world. And we do it through databank. So there's a mechanic where you scan items. You also auto-scan enemies for faster flow. And these databank entries are created from those scans, and the entries grow as you interact or kill that thing. And that gives completionist players something to work towards as they play this over and over again. And the data that is created is basically a combination of lore and some gameplay relevant information, like how this enemy attacks, what this item does. But the fun part of them is it's partially obfuscated. So you don't get all the information, once again. There are these error messages that obfuscate part of the text, and this can maybe be blamed at, the violent crash landing. Maybe your computer and the suit aren't working at 100%. But when you start looking at the entries, you feel like maybe there's more happening here. And again, this is framed as objective data, but it clearly becomes less and less objective as time goes on. So the entries get more erroneous as time goes on, and it goes from things that you can witness as player happening in the world to something that is more theoretical, more conjecture. Like, how does the computer know that? I didn't see that. And then in the final tier, we just break all pretense and we just go straight into fiction. And let's take a look. So here we have the very first entry, Kerberon. Don't worry if you can't read it, but it's basically saying stuff like, this is how the enemy looks, this is how it attacks, and there's only one error. Like here, the creature attacks mainly with unknown reference. And it's just covering up like, okay, there's some type of energy, we can't tell what kind of energy, so okay, not too bad. Then the second tier, quite understandable. It's now talking about the enemy's behavior, but towards the end it gets into territory that is a little far-fetched, and certainly not something you get to see. So this sentence is talking about potential reasons why this creature kills its young. Scarcity of resources, failure to bond despite offspring's successful imprinting, self-preservation, boredom. There's something about those last two that doesn't quite sound right, but plausible deniability. And tier 3, wasn't likely to change her ravenous pursuit if the pit in her morality was a black hole. She was only satisfied when raw data reached the event horizon. Yep. So we clearly have what is a snippet of prose, and it starts and ends mid-sentence, so it doesn't even feel complete. And it doesn't seem to mean anything. But if you look at the books inside the house, you start to recognize this writing style. There's even references to a protagonist that seems very eerily similar to the science fiction books in the house. And we do this for all the databank entries. They all end in prose, excluding the items that you can only pick up once. And like the infamous frog in that slowly heating water, we start to boil the player's brain over time. Because the player isn't actually likely to see this third tier until much later in the game. And that was a fun balancing exercise for all the different items and enemies, and we had to kind of guesstimate how many times you're going to encounter them until you're like in Act 2 or Act 3. But in some of them, we start to show the cracks in reality much earlier. And it's the items and enemies we categorize as cosmic, as in cosmic horror. And these things are meant to be alien even to the aliens themselves. And I wanted to highlight that with the databank entries. So this says, an artifact of unknown origin with a hand-like shape with multi-jointed bone sinew held together with unknown error. Its fingers curl every time you deliver the final silence by your hands. Squeeze the trigger, the heart, the flesh. Very informative. I think we could all agree. And then tier 2 is just stream of consciousness. So the cosmic entries showcase what would happen if you took a computer and told it, please analyze this cosmic horror thing for me, a thing of multiple dimensions, of untranslatable concepts. And that's kind of like the computer, I'm doing my best. And so we have these two flavors of unreality happening in these entries. There's the fiction, clearly taken from these books. So maybe it's proof that Celine is imagining herself as this space heroine adventuring on alien planets. But then there's this cosmic corruption of the text showing the folly of trying to understand these things that are inexplicable and indescribable to both human and computer minds. I love that. And final part, ship log. We're still keeping on the theme of computers, easiest place to put text. But this one has a slightly different twist. So we start with the ship log, which is available at the beginning of the game in the crash site. Every time you die, you can go and check your ship log. And the problem is, once again, that the computer is a little bit wonky, it got damaged in the crash, the files are defragmented, and it's going to take time to defragment. But it's, of course, not objective time, it's time you need to progress through the game. So only at the beginning you have like a couple of files, but as you progress through the game, we unlock more and more of these files for you. But the twist is, we show you a different version based on which act you're in. So remember, Act 3, you can travel freely between the two acts. And it's very important that we don't say which one of them is true. So both of these files, both versions of the file exist at the same time, but you can never view them at the same time. You literally have to take the MacGuffin, go to the other act, interact with the ship, and now you see the different version of the file. And this is important because the contradictions in some of these versions is pretty major. And these are framed as message log. So these are messages from her employer, from her colleagues, her personal file. But as you've come to expect, things go weirder the further we go. So this is a file that's available in Act 1 fairly early. They're on the left. And then Act 2 version on the right. And again, you don't need to worry about reading it, because basically this is her personnel file. Who she is, what mission she's been on. And then in Act 2, it just says, no such employee found. Once again, we kind of like give a little fuel to the fire that she never made it to Atropos at all. And then in later logs, we forsake all pretense that these are regular messages, or at least that they're messages from regular senders. So the latter half of the logs is mostly various retellings and remixes of Greek myth. And again, don't worry if you can't read the text. This is a log that tells about the destruction of the last Titan, but it also contains a snippet from the United States Declaration of Independence. You know, the one that ends in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That bit. And then in Act 2, all of these kind of like logs become usually darker versions of themselves. Like there's a certain theme to them. Like they're mean, twisted things, like almost custom designed to torment Celine. As if something in her subconscious or something outside her wants to break her down. So in Act 2, this log goes even more obvious. The Act 1 begins with, she lit the pyre. And the Act 2 one begins, Celine lit the pyre. And the last Titan being burned is Helios. And also this log has probably my favorite piece of writing in the whole game by our wonderful writer, Luke Moulding. We hold these truths to be self-aware, that all men are uncreated, that they are endowed by their redacted with certain unalienable, that among these are death, despair, and pursuit of judgment. Okay, time to wrap it up. I'm so much over time. I'm so sorry. And I would love to go through all of this and more, but unfortunately, in this reality, time is a non-renewable resource, and we can't loop through this forever. So, conclusions. Returnal's story came about from the creative constraints, great ambitions, and bold mixing of genres. It was truly a first big step into AAA space from a small team, and that shaped the story a lot. Before this, I wouldn't have believed that you could put a PT-style exploration scenes into a fast-paced bullet shooter, but that boldness paid off, at least based on the awards we got. And we built the story from Celine's journey outwards. Celine is at the heart of the story, and while we introduced the player first to the cosmic loop and then the more grounded sci-fi, her journey into her past is truly what defines story of Returnal, and it needed to reverberate to every other layer of our story onion. And aiming to haunt the player, we slowly but surely blurred the reality. We used many methods to undermine the player's sense of reality, starting from a timeless and even unreal atmosphere, all the way to incorporating Greek mythology into the game. And through them, the early mysteries of the signal and the loop are replaced with the ultimate mystery: is any of this really even happening? And lessons, quickly. This is not earth-shattering revelation, but your story structure should fit your gameplay structure. And even if we went a little wild by adding creepy and atmospheric first-person sequences into a fast-paced action game, the overall way we revealed the story fit the roguelike structure pretty well. So allowing the player to slowly put together the scattered puzzle pieces in their own time and rewarding repeated playthrough and progress by seeding in more and more of the mysterious and incongruent details. Our opening contains just the barest amount of exposition to get the player playing as fast as possible, but also sets up the mystery that is satisfying to unravel over multiple playthroughs. And ambiguous storytelling can make less seem more. We made it our goal to avoid having one true version of the story, and that helped us get most mileage out of the limited resources we had. Our narrative minimalism, combined with the ambiguous storytelling, leaves space for multiple interpretations, which get debated and discussed online, even today, and probably a long time after this. And finally, we found that time loop stories are really great for internal journeys. If you can't break the loop, the only way for the story to go somewhere is for the protagonist to realize something about themselves. This inner journey of discovery helps the player feel like they achieved something. They got to know Celine and her past, despite there being no material change to the gameplay loop. Thank you. We're also hiring.
Thank you so much, Avi. I'm afraid we've got no time left for questions, but after such an informative talk, you packed so much in there, I can't imagine any questions that might be left to answer.
But if you do have questions, please come talk to me afterwards. Please come talk to me at the party. There is nothing I love in this world more than talking about Returnal, which you can probably tell from my presentation. So it will never, almost never be a bother to me if you want to come talk about this or narrative design in general. So thank you. And thank you from Octo.
Thank you so much. And Evie's bravely giving away her email address and Twitter handle there. So before you all disappear, I'd just like to say thank you so much for joining us. I mean, that brings us to the end of the 11th Konsoll, and we hope it's left you inspired and ready to embrace new challenges in your careers and your paths through games. But before we close, I'd like to welcome someone to the stage. It's someone that you probably won't have seen so much, apart from the very beginning of the first day, but the person who makes all of this happen and pulls all of Konsoll together. So please welcome Sylvia Doer.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for coming to Konsoll 2022. I hope you've all had a good time. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. So this has been a wonderful event for us, and we hope it has been for you too. So we're getting to the end of the event now, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to our speakers for making their way over here to Norway to share their knowledge and experiences with us. It's been wonderful to have so many speakers coming from abroad to meet our Norwegian industry. So many people have helped make this conference happen, But I'd like to give a special thank you to the fantastic team who's been working hard from all corners of the world to bring you Konsoll. So if I can invite as many of them as possible to join me up on stage, we have Katrina, Aslak, Endre, Marta, Robin, Jørn, John, Tom André, Daria, and our amazing game masters, Gabrielle and Satish. Organizing a conference like this requires a big team, and please help me by giving them an even bigger warm round of applause. We also want to thank our fantastic volunteer team of red shirts. We have Thomas, Njål, Jørgen, Mary, Frederick, Martin, and Eric. So could we please give them a small or a round of applause? And I'd like to say the stream this year was provided in a joint effort between Bakom Film and Know It. So we'd like to give thank our streaming team who's been behind the black curtain, working hard to bring the talks from Konsoll to those at home. So please thank Hussam, Eirin, Simon, Kjersti, Ingvild, Elias, Bjørnar, William, Ida, Erik, Marius, and Gard. Thank you. I'd also like to give a big thank you to our venue, Grieghallen, and our Grieghallen technicians who did a fantastic job. We have Ivana, Henrik, and Sebastian. And last but not least, I'd also like to give a heartfelt thank you to our partners and sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be here. We have Bergen kommune, NFI, Mediefondet Sefir, Vestland fylkeskommune, Epic Games, Unreal, Funcom, Dirty Bit, Know It, Top of Mind, Torhus Folkehøgskole, Bakom, Excited, Gain, and Nonida. Thank you so much. So we hope you'll be leaving refreshed and excited to continue forging your own career path. We wish you a safe journey home, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you.
And before we all go, we just wanted to say, so the whole team has been very appreciative of you wrangling us all across many different countries to pull Konsoll together. So we just had a little thank you for you. We thought you maybe deserve a massage after.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Have a great and safe trip home. Thank you. Bye-bye.